I haven't done it in a while. I'll do it.
Okay.
Alright, so we took passage across the channel to get to Perselis so that we could find a larger port to get a larger ship to go home. So since we're in Perselis, which is the hometown of our one and only Kithmia, he stopped off at the Half Pint, which is our family bar, I believe. Something like that. We invited in the drink that was imparted to us by the mother of Kithmia. And had a grand old time. The two melee fighters got completely schlitzed, and along with Fitz. We awoke the next morning and met Ariakis, correct?
Yeah, Iriakis.
Yes, the monk, and he came to us with a proposition after journal. A young blue dragon had recently set up camp further down the coast, and he wanted us to kindly ask it. So we sat there and brainstormed, and the one idea that we came up with was giving it art, because that is one thing that we're quite keen to. So Thormir will be procuring tools and wood to carve a statue for this certain young blue dragon to persuade it to find its home elsewhere. I believe Kithmia was heading off to the Temple of Kellenfor.
Yep.
And...
You also left out the dart contest.
Oh yes, the dart contest and meeting Hibiscus.
Yeah, Hibiscus, also a big part of the...
Ollie's little brother.
Yes.
Oh, also, Fitz, you would have missed that Kithmia, who normally seems to be fairly clumsy of finger, won the dart throwing contest by a pretty significant amount.
Yeah, I
did.
don't know what happened there. That was just a weird
It's called a
divine
crit.
intervention moment. It was pretty crazy.
20 out of 20?
The other thing that got left out is before we left the camp, Wander, Dimitri, and Fitz went up to the keep to warn Pick that Diliot was still alive. And we kind of just trying to gauge his reaction, wondering if he had something to do with it, because that's something that Fitz was concerned about. But he got real mad. Like, real mad.
I did get that
about
part of
that.
the podcast. He seemed pissed, which made me feel better.
Yeah.
'cause-
And
Awesome.
they had their meeting and everything there was good, so we left.
Speaking of the keep, did the Hirsch's old comrade, I want to call him Mason, that's not his name,
Tehran?
Taran, yeah, did he come with us? Because I assumed
No.
he did, but
He
nobody
didn't.
said anything.
He stayed with them.
Okay.
Well, didn't? Wait, are we sure?
He planned to come with us, didn't he? It was the end
Was
of
he
two
coming with
sessions
us?
ago.
That was the
Yeah,
plan.
he said he would come with us back to Marigard, but nobody
Because-
said anything, so
Yeah,
I just
we-
kind of
Dimitri said
assumed he
gonna
was
pay his
following.
passage.
Yeah. I figured he was just kind of following,
Oh, well,
but
that's a shame.
aw.
No one kept track of that.
I forgot.
You don't know what happened to Tehran.
He probably
That's
wandered off and did something.
He was not on he was not on the caramel.
So we didn't lose him on the boat.
Okay, well that's good. That would have been worse.
Yeah.
I feel like that would have been
Sunk
worse.
to the bottom of the sea.
Poor guy.
Rusting away.
Yeah.
I don't.
What
Yeah,
if he's-
I don't think he died, so that's
Yeah.
okay.
What did he say before? Did he say he was gonna come with us immediately, or did he say he had some things to wrap up?
He asked you to
Yeah.
pay for his passage.
And Dimitri said that he would do that.
Yeah.
And I remember Dimitri like not doing other things because he was saving money to pay for his passage. And I
Yeah.
think we all kind of brain farted it from there.
I don't think
Hmm.
Kit knew about any of that, so I wasn't there for that meeting.
Yeah.
Probably
I mean,
why
I
it wasn't
feel
on my radar
like-
in the notes.
I feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense for Dimitri to have like.
No, I agree. I think he would have
Okay,
remembered that.
how about this? A compromise. I would have left some money behind, maybe like 50 gold just in case, because he is very heavy.
Okay. Passage
Maybe.
across the Crystal Ocean is not going to be covered by 50 gold.
Okay.
It's usually you pay by the mile. Usually
Oh.
it's still per mile. A little over 4,000 miles.
Holy shit!
So
Yeah, no,
about
my
400
200 gold is not going to cover that.
No,
Maybe we're
Did you
just
say
getting money
400?
from the
Yeah.
meta clone.
it's 4,000 miles across the Crystal Ocean.
silver
For
per
a gold
gold,
a mile?
so 400.
Silver a mile.
Okay, so 400.
Oh,
I feel like we
Yes.
could help. Like if like Telehai would help pay for that
Yeah.
if she knew what was happening. I just feel like this is a thing that we were gonna do. and
If
then
you
just
guys
kind of-
want to work together to bring Tehran Makiso back to the Marigard Academy, I'm not going to like blue ball and say no, you forgot to mention it.
I think that we thought it was happening and then we just kind of lost track of it entirely last
Yeah.
week.
yeah.
Which
Picture Tehran standing at a
Yeah,
dock by himself.
just
wondering
imagine
where he
Kara
is.
standing there holding a bag like, where'd everybody
God.
go?
Where'd they
He's
go?
just- he's got like an umbrella. It gets blown out by a storm. He's just standing there sad.
Stop.
Okay.
We can. I was hoping you would bring him up, but I'm not going to. If you guys want to work together to pay for his travel, and retcon and say that he has been quietly
Been
following you.
really quiet and nobody noticed this like Warforged looking guy with us.
No, that doesn't really work, does it?
I'm happy to
But
have left him
maybe-
the sum though. Yeah, we can
Maybe he just
leave
didn't
him
come
money.
to the bar.
Yeah. Maybe he
like-
just went straight to Marigard.
Or he had
No,
things
because
to.
that he would not quietly be traveling from the
Yeah, no, that
docks in
We're
Marcellus.
not gonna just leave him alone. Like,
Did-
what if
What if he just
Dimitri
catches
could
the
use
next
Major
boat?
Illusion on him. Make him look like he's not metal.
if somebody
But-
would have done that? Like,
Could
do
have.
you have that spell?
Yeah, I do. Part
'Cause
of
that
Dimitri's whole
could've-
thing.
I mean, Fitz was
Oh,
also.
sorry.
We did just retcon it and Fitz getting hammered. Because I was thinking.
Seems a little less significant, but
Well, no, I'm
Yeah.
just thinking that like if people.
Look, okay, I'm totally willing to work with not wanting to forget Tehran Makiso when you had already done all this prep work. However, bringing Tehran Makiso through the harbor is a significant thing, and also it's going to take some work. So
I propose that we take a tiny break and have a little flashback to the boat yesterday. When we
Yeah.
were getting off.
he could just be
Maybe.
on the next boat.
What the hell
Yeah,
that
can
we
we
did?
just-
We could go
Left him
pick him
money?
up.
yes, you could have done that.
Then there's
That's
still
what
the
I thought we were
problem of he's a Warforged and nobody knows what the fuck Warforged are.
doing. Yeah, you could just persuade.
Put a hooded cloak on him. That works in the movies.
I was gonna say,
Okay,
Maybe.
you guys, if you guys wanted to come to Priscillus, there were options to or ships to go straight Farum from Kindinos.
So maybe we bought him passage on a different ship.
You could have done that. if
seems
we
That
had
makes
worked to
sense.
Handle this.
That
That
makes
seems,
sense.
that
Seems like
seems
what
like
we
the
would've done,
easiest
yeah.
option.
Like it makes a certain amount of sense just because
He
not
would
just
want to get.
because we forgot about him, but also
Yeah.
because he doesn't want to go on our side trips.
Yeah, exactly. He
Yeah.
wants to get
yeah,
back to
he
the
would want to
Marigard.
go to a
Go,
big
like,
city.
He wants to go meet Hirsch
let's just see
and
the woman
he
he
do-
was in love with.
and Elise, and he doesn't need us for that.
Yeah, we're nice babysitters.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, you guys need to come up with the cost of voyage and also the cost of keeping themselves quiet, keeping the crew quiet around this
How much?
forged
we talking
mind.
here?
An extra
500
I need
gold
to remember
pieces
how
is
much
what the
money I
captain
had
would
before I
require.
beat those guys
Mm.
in quarters.
I'll throw 200 in.
Oh, that'll
I'm
help.
throwing 250 in. That leaves me with 6 gold.
Okay, well I mean,
Keep some
Okay,
gold
I
for
need
yourself.
50 gold.
I can toss in another 50.
Because I'll put in
Okay,
yeah.
how much do we need now?
Have Dimitri keep 100 and I will put in 100 because I have 500 gold. So
Yeah, that seems
Okay. So I'll be throwing in 150 then, in that case.
Okay, good.
Okay, how much do we need left, or is that just
I
finished?
think that's everything.
I mean, if you want to take some of the weight off somebody else, I'm sure they would be cool with that.
I can do 50. That seems easy.
You want me to
So-
throw in 150 then instead of
Yeah,
200?
have Thormir do
Yeah.
150.
I
Okay.
got
seems good.
120 gold. I don't know whether that ranks well or poorly against you guys, but I'm happy to chip in. I would have wanted to
We're
chip
good.
in.
We're good with
Okay.
this.
For sure.
Thormir doesn't really spend his money on himself very often.
I can just punch someone and get more money. It's cool.
Okay, so to summarize, you guys book passage aboard the Crystal Princess for Heron Makiso, and while the captain, kind of this young-looking but older than she looks elf, accepts money, they leave before you guys do. So
Dimitri,
you
wait,
have sent
the book-
Tehran off to Farum.
Cool.
He'll be fine. He's a
Oh,
We'll
so
just
that's-
pin a note to him, guys. It'll be fine. Please deliver
Run
to
man.
Merigard.
Care of Merigard.
Fair of Marigard, the night falls. Fuck with this automaton,
Safety
you
pin
die.
it to his back.
Alright.
Hit it to his back. He'll
Um,
never notice.
This says kick me, care of Marigard.
That's a great way to
Merigard
handle
could've
this.
Stuffed him in a box and shipped him as cargo.
Oh no.
No, I'm kidding. It was a joke. It's a joke.
I mean, they could pull a full
Perch
Full
on
Metal Alchemist and stick him in a train cart with some sheep.
Nice.
Oh, Alphonse.
Or Al.
Yeah, many of those cross ocean train cars. That's
Totally.
very
Yeah.
effective.
It's magic.
Magic.
As a side note, Dimitri, after his ship was like over the horizon, would quietly send a sending to Persh saying just like, he's on his way. It'll be a while though.
Do you give him any reference as to who?
Well,
It's a surprise.
I would assume he knows who I'm talking about because I've told him before that that I was going to send the invitation to Marigard, didn't I?
Mm.
Okay, reword it then.
What do you say
Terran
to
is
Perch?
coming. Terran is coming. He's on a boat. It'll be a while.
Okay. Persh would simply send back, I'll have someone at the docks to meet him.
Oh, good.
good.
Perch is with it.
Whew.
Thank
All
goodness
that
for
out.
Persh.
Out of curiosity, we did explain to Persh that Tehran was now a warframe. Or a
Yeah,
That's-
we
that's-
told him about
You
it.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They explained that he was.
That would have been an even
automaton.
more fun surprise.
Expecting to get Earth Genasi and getting this big gigantic hunk of metal.
Your clothes, give them to me. Terminator? Nobody? Okay, alright.
No, it was definitely Terminator.
So anyway, I'm glad we've got that sorted.
Our brief little retcon.
Yes. Okay.
Knock off this 50 golds.
Yep. All of you guys take that little stab to your coin purse. Hi, Sleepy.
Aw, hi, Sleepy.
She is
Hi,
hopped in
Sleepy.
Torch chat.
Hello, Rishon.
Now it is the morning after you guys had your celebration at the halfling. Fitz, Vestra, Thormir, as I've mentioned, you guys wake up feeling really well rested and alert, and you've had the conversation with Iriak. Thormir, real quick, I just want to handle this beginnings. How do you go about finding tools and collecting material to make whatever it's going to be?
Well,
Which that's also a good question. What is it going to be?
Yeah. So for the tools and materials, this is a port town, correct?
It's yeah, it's a capital city. It's on the port. It's huge.
Okay. Anyways, so Ariakis has told me, maybe going down to the docks and talking to the shipwrights, they would have tools, and if I explained to them, they might be willing to sell or lend me tools to create this.
So you're gonna head to the dry dock?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody going with him?
Me, please. I'd also I don't know if this came up yet last week, but I my shtick with the arcane firearms is woodcarver's tools, so I think Fitz would be happy to be. I'm not quite as familiar with dwarven stuff as Thormir, and it's obviously his realm, but if I couldn't help him out, I just would want to observe and watch and record all this stuff if he would have me.
Oh, of course.
And lend a hand where I
Okay.
can. I've got the woodcarver's tools, and out of character, level 6, I start being able to really do ridiculous stuff with tools as an artificer. I get to double all my proficiency bonuses, so wherever I can help would be
Nice.
great.
That'd be awesome.
Okay.
Cool.
Before we dive into that, is there anything anybody else wants to do? As you are in one of the largest capital cities in Amaranth, and you've heard things about it.
Is anybody going with me to the temple? I didn't think so, but figured I'd ask.
If you don't mind, Dimitri would like to go with you. But if you're like, nah, I want to do this alone, he'll respect that.
Are there museums here?
Yes.
Telahai would like to go poke around one of those and see. Just poke around
Okay.
as one does.
I'm
at a-
sure Kith could point you in the right direction.
Oh, sure.
The Castle Ward, which is kind of the royal district, also has much of the libraries and intellectual property is in the Castle Ward, so she would probably kind of give
Because
you
if they have
directions
time
to
to
get
kill,
there.
she'll go and she'll poke around.
Is it
and
on my
she'll
way
see-
to the temple? Because I could just drop her off.
Sure.
It's like a minute out of the way, but
Oh, that's
yeah.
fine. Yeah, I'll totally drop her off.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Kellenvor.
I think Wander would probably go with Kith, just to walk through the city and just see everything, because she's not used to
Sure.
cities.
Vestra, are you looking for a fight?
I am always looking for a fight.
That's on par.
Okay. Are you making that what you're doing, or are you going to do something else?
Oh, it's a big city. I don't know if I'm going to be fighting today per se, but we got time, and they probably got a fighting ring in a city this big, don't they?
Yes.
I'm gonna find where some of the best ones are, if I
Okay.
can.
That is not a thing Kith would know. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Um,
Ali did that kind of stuff.
You might have heard. So the way Priscillus is kind of laid out is it's kind of in districts, and the largest district, and also the lowest in wealth, is the Gloomstare. And you know for a fact, Kith, that Ollie would return from the Gloomstare with new bruises and stories. She probably wouldn't have ever tried to bring you to any of the places, though you might
No.
have.
Not her thing.
So go ahead and roll me a history check at a straight roll, and then an insight check at disadvantage, Kith.
All right, history straight.
Frick, I just realized, Ollie and Vestra probably would have gotten along.
Oh, they would have.
Yeah.
A 10. Okay. So you vaguely remember Ollie mentioning dwarves in the fights, but that didn't mean anything to you.
I know that Ali used to go into the Gloomstare, and I'm pretty sure she was getting into fights with dwarves. I think there were dwarves. Maybe ask around in the dwarven sections. I don't know. It's not really the thing that I
Alex.
did.
Down about the doors.
Thank you. I will.
I spent a lot of time at the temple.
I'm going to go and have, a stroll, per se. If Strider's control.
Okay. I mean, kind of a frolic.
Mm.
No.
Scuttle.
Scuttle. Yeah, that's the one. Scamper, perhaps. So, who wants to go first? The group of 3, the group of 2, or the group of 1?
Group of me.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Who's the group of 2?
Roll.
Yeah.
Me
Me and
that
Kith.
would be-
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Stormare
oh,
and
sorry.
yeah.
Because I was just asking because Kith and Wander were going to the temple.
And
I-
Dimitri.
Yeah,
I
you're
was
kind of a
nature.
hanger-on for a moment.
I feel like it should be whoever like initiated it first. Like, was it Thormir and Fitz, or was it
It was Thormir and Fitz.
Kith and them going to the temple?
I don't think my thing is going to need much screen time. I'm just poking around.
It just kind of announced it, like, at breakfast, like, hey, I'm going to the temple.
Let's start
So-
with Kith and them.
I'm gonna be gone for a
Yeah.
while, and then as Telahai mentioned wanting to see museums, she'd been like, oh, I'll drop you off on the way.
Oh, great.
They would have gone like earlier than anyone. Like,
Yeah.
me and Thormir would have been passed out before then. So like,
Well, I thought this was the
Yeah.
next morning.
Yeah, we're
but we
but
would
they're
still.
going to wake up at a different time than
Yeah,
the people who.
did
Dimitri's inter-
nearly kill themselves with alcohol.
We're good.
I mean, Telahai
Okay.
was pretty drunk.
Yeah,
She just
Dimitri's just
Telahai
interest-
was classic drunk. Telahai was just really wasted.
But she just got that way on beer.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of beer.
She did it the hard way. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Telahai, I think yours is probably the quickest, so we're gonna hammer
Yeah.
that out real quick.
Okay.
And it's on the way.
Yeah. So Kith, Dimitri, Wander, and Telahai, y'all part ways as you guys pass through what Kith knows as the old district. Basically, it looks like it's where the city started. A lot of the buildings here are of much older architecture than anywhere else. And as you guys pass across the main road that goes up the middle of the district, you can see down it the high walls and steepled spires and matriculations atop the large castle on the far side of the castle ward. And this is where Telahai gets off the boat, as it were. And this is kind of like the legal district, the intellectual district. Lots of nobility here, and lots of old buildings that are not quite as old as the old district, but probably were built close to the same time. And I point that out because you would know it from looking at them.
Yep.
Telahai.
That is Telahai is a big nerd
Yeah.
about
The buildings here are
parts of
largely
architecture.
elf. The buildings here are largely human make. Usually they look like a collaboration attempt between the two. What sort of
Neat.
information are you looking for?
I want to see just like old relics that they have, anything that looks obscure, arcane, just snooping, just what looks super valuable, what looks super interesting.
Okay, roll investigation.
Oh,
They're pretty
God,
good at
are you gonna- Oh, man.
Oh, a terrible roll.
Oh, a natural 2.
Yeah,
Oof. Okay.
Rough morning after being classy drunk.
yeah. I feel a little hungover.
You find the stuff that's easy to find. You find
Yeah.
like the museums of the founding, basically of the original division of the islands, and you see lots of explanations of fights between the different islands and brutal conflict across the island of Bercellus, and just how entire sections of the island of Fidi were sunk by a mage that was very upset at controlling governments.
Oh my
And-
god, that's hilarious.
It was very brutal. A lot of lives were
An
lost. And
anti-establishmentarianism war.
yes, exactly. And the placard for that is ridiculously long. You do find a statue of Astrid, who you would recognize because there are statues of Astrid all over the place. In Trident, on all the islands, she's kind of this
She's the
hero that
hero,
is
right? Yeah.
constantly comes up. If you grow up in Trident, you're like, Astrid is the idol, the person that kids say they want to be when they grow up, and you get kind of tired of hearing about her. But that being said, you do learn a lot about Tridonian culture, which is all about sailing and the adventures that you can have at sea, and it seems a lot like there's a lot of Navy recruitment propaganda stuck up
Yeah.
in these museums.
All right.
But it is interesting.
Cool.
You find a lot of things that are like, hey, that's neat, but not.
Nothing super exciting or valuable. Just
No.
interesting morning, and
Yes.
buy some street food and then head back toward.
Perhaps you go back with a souvenir mug.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get a souvenir mug.
You don't have to do that.
I went
With
to
the-
Trident and all I got was
I'll
a
get
souvenir.
I want to find a souvenir mug with like a painting of Astrid on it.
Oh, fuck. So many. Yeah, you can absolutely find one of those.
Awesome. I have a mug now. I'm gonna put it in my inventory.
Anyone who
Wow.
doesn't know it is like a very pale blonde Scandinavian woman on a mug.
Pith is going to roll her eyes so hard at you.
What?
Okay.
This is my mug. Everybody needs
Yeah.
a role model, you know.
Yeah.
Sure do.
I'm gonna start collecting mugs
Oh my god.
Oh,
until
God.
I forget.
Okay. Let's go over to Vestra.
Until I forget.
Sorry, I'm dying here.
What have I done? Okay. Vestra, heading out of the Gully Cross into the Gloom Stair. These neighborhoods, there's kind of a stark contrast in between the two. And it's not like instant. There's no immediate telling when you've gone from one to the other. But it seems like the quality of building structure just decreases really quickly all of a sudden until you find yourself almost like moving through Avella style buildings where entire apartments and homes are stacked on top of each other in these large residential mishmashes, and it's almost hard to make your way down anywhere except the main road, because that one at least goes straight. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check there, Vestra.
Alright. Did it roll? Nope. Roll. And that's 10.
That is a 10. Okay. You're not having much luck. You are kind of going down the main road in Gloomstair. You're poking about, looking at some of the residences and the small shops and the ridiculous amounts of places to drink. It seems like there's a bar in almost everything. Deeper into the Gloomstair, you find yourself looking at more. The town seems to kind of convert over to a farming town, but still densely packed. Like you see small markets of people selling food, but the food doesn't look super fresh. Lots of travel damage to fruits and produce. It's the almost impoverished nature of this area of the city. You can't really miss it. And you're not really having luck finding anywhere that you think a fighting ring could be.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from, like, people having a fight.
Yeah.
Because that seems to come up pretty often.
If I don't find any in the next couple days, I might have to join them, honestly.
Okay. You could try another method instead of just straight up looking around yourself.
Let's go to the sketchiest person, like, okay, so, like, people hanging out in alleyways sort of stuff, you know? Like, I want to go up to the sketchiest dude there.
The druggist.
Yeah.
Roll
drug
me an
dealer.
insight check.
Alright. Oh god, I'm having bad rolls today.
A 7. You come into an alleyway and you do find what looks like it's like a small cafeteria kind of building. You see a group of 3 individuals that are leaning against the back of the building, and they kind of, when they see a Drider walk into the alley, they kind of lean over, and the not tallest one, but probably the one wearing the most, I don't want to say jewelry, but just metal shit hanging off of him.
Yeah.
Kind of steps out and says, "Hey, you're not allowed back here."
I will leave momentarily, but I have a couple of questions first.
Okay, you want a sandwich?
No.
Entrance is around front.
I want to know where the fights are.
The individual looks at you with a very blank expression.
Am I speaking common?
Yes. Well, I mean, maybe. Are you?
Yeah, I am, but like it was rhetorical.
Oh, you were saying it to him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me.
I got it, Kiwi.
I was
Okay.
confused. The individual just kind of looks over at the other two, and he says, "There's no fights around here. You might have us confused with someone else."
Well, you see, I'm not sure because people like you and me always know where to find a fight. So, I will ask again. Where would they be?
Are you trying to intimidate this guy?
Yes.
Roll intimidation.
Oh, like, you can tell me where they are. We're gonna have one right here.
Nice.
I mean, that worked for me too, honestly. Come on!
The guy kind of
Oh,
looks at you,
no.
and the other two look over at him. Then they open the door in the back of the building and go inside.
Alright.
Just go to the next place down the street.
Yeah, just... I think, okay, that roll was so bad, I think I don't get another for the day, honestly. Maybe I'll try,
We can
like,
come
in a
back
couple
to that.
hours. Yeah, this is, oh
We
no,
can come
it's the
back.
failure.
I imagine it's going to take Thormir a few days to actually carve this thing if it's going to be worth. Yep, on the time.
Thormir and Fitzroy.
Yeah.
The dry docks are not hard to find. They are kind of this adjacent area to the Astridia docks. It's this big fucking area right here, right across the street. So, you guys, it's literally like a 3-minute walk. And then you come across what look like high wooden built walls and the sounds of work coming from behind it. You see, but there's like a off-center wall next to another one that creates a secluded entry. And there appears to be a dwarf standing right outside it he's like at a desk as he's handling the paperwork for this dry dock.
Hello there.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Fantastic. You've come to work.
No, I've come to inquire upon some materials and tools. As you can tell, I'm not from here, but I did seek a job to make something, so I need to find some high quality wood and perhaps some tools that are a bit larger than my own.
You're I'm sorry, fitting to rent space in the dry dock?
Not quite that large. I just need to. I was inquiring if you could help me find someone who I could either purchase or rent tooling and material from?
You see he kind of blinks. He says, "Hold a minute, let me get the foreman." And he kind of picks up this box of parchments he's got, and he heads into the dry dock. And now you're outside the dry dock, in front of a desk with nothing on it. You do see there is a sign that says Canis Dry Dock.
But I imagine he's gonna go get the foreman, so I'm just gonna sit and wait and think, wow, Thormir, you are really fucking terrible with words.
Fitz, do you want to do anything with while you're waiting?
Not just, I mean, I've got a negative on charisma, so I thought that was like a regular
Oh,
fluid
shit.
conversation. We're not exactly salesmen here, but I'm happy to just be using my passive wisdom and investigation to just be taking in the sights, shooting the shit with Thormir about what happened after I blacked out last night.
Yeah.
Well, he blacked out with you.
Yeah, so you're not gonna get much. Yeah, no, it's the two
You're like-
characters who use charisma as their dump stat.
We'll get through this, buddy. I believe.
We're fucked.
I guess I'd offer to Thormir, given enough time, I can make any tools we need. I can, with an hour and my Tinker's tools, I can make another set of woodcarver's tools for you. I can set us up with another small set of smithing tools. I suppose, what do you really think we should need? What are you hoping to build? I suppose we'll start with there.
Well, that's a good question. I originally was thinking of going with, I guess a blue dragon-esque statue.
Make it a
Like-
really sexy lady blue dragon statue.
Okay, let's not make smut for the young dragon.
Yeah, but we want to impress him.
You're not there.
Sorry.
Okay. But no, I was thinking of that, but then at the same time, I wonder if that would almost be insulting to him, because, granted, yes, it's a carving, but it's another quote-unquote blue dragon lair.
Sure. No, I mean, I'm not sure that young me trying to set out on my own and prove that I was an adult would want to get a naked woman statue. I think people just thought I was a juvenile.
Yeah.
Maybe we could think of something that was, I mean, dragons to me, they're always so arrogant.
They
And-
are, from what I've read at least, the stories that I've heard, they're very prideful.
Maybe we could make something that we thought was so clever that he just couldn't believe that humans designed it and pass that off. Or dwarves, for that matter.
It's just the fact of trying to figure out exactly what we want to do. Kind of my problem.
I suppose the first step to that is find out what we got to work with. You're set on
Yeah.
what?
I'm trying to see if we can procure some from here, because, well, being a dry dock, I imagine they have shipping channels or some
No,
supplier of wood.
Are you set on wood as opposed to metal, or?
Oh no, I was thinking of making it a mishmash of both forging and wood carving.
It would be cool if we could figure out some way. I think, based on all the stuff we've been watching over the last, well, I suppose it was only a few days. Christ, it feels like a lifetime since I was doing something before running into your group. But what I mean to say is, after all this time on animating structures, if we could fasten some form of arcane battery, maybe we could even make something that would flow like water or move, give it life.
Perhaps, and I do
I'm-
still have those arcane cores that I showed you previously, the little round ones.
Was there more than one? I think I only saw the one.
I have two of them on me,
Well,
and
maybe I have
Tabernac
to-
has two back at the academy.
As you guys are talking, you suddenly hear footsteps from the other side of the dry dock wall.
Oop.
And then dwarf that first greeted you kind of leans around the wall and says, "Ah, you're still here. He'll be around in just a minute." And then he sits back down at his desk with his box of parchments, and he pulls another one out.
I
And
assume.
then
Oh shit! Sorry. That you first. No, I apologize.
I just was going to say, and then you see him begin to doodle.
Would you like a breakfast pastry? I still have some left over from this morning. Offer him like a bagel or whatever we had for breakfast.
He kind of glances up, and he's like, No, thank you. I've already eaten.
Oh, okay.
Are we speaking in Dwarvish? Just curious.
No, I'm speaking in English or common.
All right.
A moment later, a much taller figure pokes his head around the wall, and you see the bald, gleaming head of a Goliath looking down at the pair of you. And you hear, "Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've heard you needed my attention."
Yes, I'm Thormir Ironthane. I'm with the Marigard Academy. This is Fitzroy. I was hoping to see if you could help us procure some materials and tooling for woodworking.
Most would consider a general store or supply depot.
Well, this would be something that's a bit more on a larger If you wish, I can explain exactly what's going on, but...
I think that perhaps would be the best course of action.
So, down the coast, there's a young blue dragon that has set up
Oh my God.
his cave there, his nest. And, well, we were tasked by a friend of one of our parties to remove it kindly. So, blue dragons are known to like art and things like that, and I am a blacksmith and woodcarver. So I am attempting to make a piece of art that is large enough to satisfy a young blue dragon's curiosity and perhaps persuade him to make his home somewhere else away from the cities.
We thought a discerning trader like yourself might be a little bit more capable of procuring some high quality materials, fine exotic woods, or frankly, that's why we're here, to find out what you may be able to provide us. We're looking for something a little bit past making Granddaddy's kitchen table.
Well, I have quite a bit of ash. This is a dry dock. Generally, we build framings and castings for ships. As far as fine exotic woods, no. But if you need space, we are not using the second dry dock. You're welcome to work there. As far as tools go, for the most part, we're using ours, though crane for the second dry dock would be available, though I would like to ensure someone is there to operate it. We might require some rent for that if you're going to use it.
That'd be no problem.
It'd be nice to have a proper workshop. We
Yes.
appreciate it.
Instead of trying to work out in the town square or something.
I elbow Thorman and I'm like, I have to try not to blow this one up.
Of course. I can rent you that second dry dock space, but I can't rent it to you for long. We have a new project coming in 2 weeks' time.
It hopefully shouldn't take that long. Complete construction of this.
Well, if it's out of the dry dock in 10 days, it's not, then it will be forcibly removed.
Understood.
Appreciate your honesty.
Of course. So we'll require 10 gold per day you're on space.
Okay. Do you perhaps know of any loggers, wood traders, things of that sort around here? That
He
perhaps-
mentions to you a good lumber mill. It sounds like it's on the far side of Gully Cross.
Make a note in my journal so that we know where to go.
He also would say, you can always check with the imports coming into Astridia docks. There's always air lumber off manifest.
Thank you kindly.
Information was valuable. Thank you very much. And we'll be back to pay for the base.
I can respect craftsmen. Now, I do have to get back to work. Was there anything else?
That should be all for now.
Very well.
Have a good
And
day.
he kind of points through the opening, and you see that the way this opening works is there's like the first entrance goes down to the first dry dock where the working is coming, and then farther down this big open-topped hall, there's another entrance that he's pointing to that looks like it's the second dry dock.
I think we should check it out.
Yeah, let's go take a look, see what we're working with.
Okay. You look through and you see a massive open. There's like a large crease made of stonework in the middle. It looks very much set up for building very large hulls. It looks like you could build anything from a schooner to a caravel, or maybe even as large as a brig in this big honkin' dry dock. There's a lot of space here. Looks like it's almost 500 feet long.
Fantastic.
I just had an idea.
Let's hear
There
it.
is a. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead and finish. I'll explain to him in a moment.
Okay. There is on the right side of the dry dock, down off the scale, you see there is a large stacks and furnace and forge. Looks like it's the big casting pieces there look like it's meant for making huge iron cleats, not for anything smaller than that. But you could probably, it is a big ass forge, so too big is not really a problem.
So, given the
That's
fact
what you
that
got.
we were given a dry dock to use, perhaps if we made something like a double-edged schooner ship.
For a dragon.
Yes. Well, not dragon-sized, but something that is ornate enough that can be considered art. With, cresting mastheads on both sides, a single mast in the center. Basically, I'm describing Echo as a Viking ship.
Yeah, a longboat.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not sure.
You don't think you can do that in less than 2 weeks?
Yeah, granted. Yeah. I'm not a team of people. I'm a dwarf and
it would likely have taken a team of 28,000 hours to build a longboat.
I wasn't thinking like a massive one. Because a young dragon isn't that large. I was thinking of one basically that it could carry in its claws and put its treasure inside of when it relocates.
Ah, a mobile,
Okay.
a mobile fortress.
Yeah, basically a giant bucket for him, but a treasure hole.
Maybe. What if we were to make a magic boat, like a figurine, and we could use the arcane runes or we could use the arcane batteries. I'll have to do some research in the library on this sort of thing. And frankly, I'm just curious on the sort of treasures that Blue Dragon's accumulating. So maybe I'll stop off there later. But if we've got a powerful arcane battery, I'm familiar with basic enlarge reduce runes. I wonder if we could make a simple enchantment so you could have a ship in the bottle, and then when you chose where you wanted to be, you could one time use the spell and set up a floating, like the longboat, similar to what you're talking about. We just have to work on a very, very fine scale.
I'm not the most dexterous of people, but given enough, I guess, time and effort, I could probably do it.
We're getting
But
ahead of
let's
ourselves.
put that on the table. That might not be possible.
I think maybe the next step is checking out what resources we have available first.
Since we're already here by the Estridia docks, let's go see what the traders have brought in.
I'm your Huckleberry. Happy to follow.
Okay, so you got the docks to see what you can find for materials and knickknacks of the sort. Let's hop on over to Kith, Wander, and Dimitri, who have dropped off Telahay and have headed over to the Temple of War.
To the temple.
So the Temple of Kelemvor, as you guys approach, and as you remember, Kith, it's very plain looking from the outside. It's monochromatic. On the outside, it's almost entirely black, but the doors are white. There is a large symbol over the doors of a skeletal hand holding a scale that's lifted a little bit on the right side as opposed to the left. And on both sides, you see kilogram style weights. They look like they're made of brass. The temple's doors are shut, but Kith, you remember but that's literally the case.
Okay, I'll head in.
I'll
You
follow
pop
her.
open the door, and it looks kind of empty inside, but you do hear the patter of other people walking around, and the ceilings in the Temple of Kelemvor are very high, and that creates an acoustic effect that makes every footstep sound very loud. It is beautiful in here. It's kind of this minimalistic design of high pillars that reach up into the high ceilings, and it kind of follows the same monochromatic design as was outside, but instead of black and white paint, you see the ground is pure white marble, and the columns are this thick onyx black stone. There are long benches that run along the floor on both sides, and you hear people quietly talking to each other, seated on the benches or at small shrines to Kelemvor, asking for blessings for those that have passed on. And Wander and Dimitri, it is depressing in here.
Aw.
This
Yeah.
seems like a place people go to wish those that have already passed on to remember them, or to say prayers for those that have died, or ask Kelemvor for protection from those who have not quite died yet. So there's a lot of very, very sad people in here.
Aw.
But Kith, this is business as usual. You perhaps have gotten maybe a little hardened to this, or at least you're just used to seeing it.
Yep, I put on my work face, and I head through the temple looking, stoic and sympathetic,
Yeah.
as you do. But I assume there's some sort of other chambers or something for the, whatever the clergy would be called.
Yeah. This main room is very much sectioned off. It's
Public
for
space.
aesthetics. It's for the public to come and do their sadness. And then there is a large altar at the end of the room. And then to the sides of the altar are large wooden doors that lead more to the goal side of the
So
temple.
I'll stop and say a prayer at the altar, and then I'll gesture for them to follow me to the back.
Okay. The young cleric that's up at the altar kind of you might have seen this been like once, but it's not that's you're super familiar with.
Oh,
But
I take off the mask because place of worship, respectfulness.
okay. As you guys head into the back room, I assume you guys follow Kith.
Yeah, I mean, if she's waving.
I mean,
for us
unless
to
there's
go.
some major rule against that. I mean,
No.
I'll take them back, sure.
You're a cleric. You can going into like the actual head clerics like private areas. Is just behave yourselves. Really, is the rule. It's completely stark contrast.
Spit it
As
out.
you go
Out of
through
your
the
mouth.
these back
Sorry.
doors.
Go ahead.
That's okay. As soon as you go through these back doors, it is like a completely stark contrast. The thick white black stone gives way to kind of cozy wood-sided and thick rugs on wooden floor. High windows that look right from the outside, but on the inside they're much warmer. And you imagine this is probably because if you spent all your time in a black and white room devoted to death, you'd be pretty depressed pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And seated at one of the desks, it looks like working on some notes, you see a halfling cleric that you know pretty well, Kith. You remember her name as Mora Burrows.
Like Moira or Mora?
Mora, Maura.
Burrows?
Yes. She's pretty old. She's not an elder by any means, but she's later in her years, middle-aged for a halfling. And she kind of glances up as you guys enter, and she smiles at you.
Is she like the head cleric?
She's not the head cleric, but she's been here as long as you can remember.
I'll go give her a hug.
She accepts it, and she says, "It's good to see you again, Kith."
Mora! It's good to be back.
How have your travels been? You smell like salt.
They've been exciting and challenging in a lot of ways. But we were passing through on our way to catch passage across the sea, and I had to come say hi.
Well, I'm surely glad you made it. That's a long way to travel. You must have been sailing. How long? How long was the trip?
From Ferrum?
I think-
Or
Yeah, from Ferrum.
well, I mean, the first trip to Ferrum was pretty long, months. But then we came back for a mission for the Maryguard, and we went through the Astral Sea. So I don't know how long it took. A couple weeks, I think.
You see her face kind of pales when you say the Astral Sea, and she says, I'm glad you are safely here.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I'd come see the temple, check in, say hello to everybody, see if there's anything I could help with that's, critical. These are a couple of my friends. They're in our Maryguard group. Guys,
Hello.
this is Mora. That's Dimitri there, and Wander.
Wow.
A pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
Sorry.
Nice to
I-
meet you.
Was that in
It's a-
character?
No, that was out of character.
A rather
It
stark
just-
contrast. Perhaps that was the wrong time. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
It's cool. I wasn't saying anything worth. Anyway, she smiles at both of you, and you do see, like, seems pretty perceptive. She definitely picks up the Maryguard symbols on both of your armors as well. So not a whole lot of explanation is necessary. He says, "Want me to get the head cleric for you?"
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, just one moment. And she stands up and heads up a short, rounded staircase in the back of the room.
I understand why there's a stark contrast, but dang, there is a very, very sharp contrast between the outside and the inside of this room.
Saying that in character.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's a place of worship, and people have to have the right somber atmosphere. It'd be hard to pray to a loved one if people were dancing a jig around you. But
That's
we're
true.
people.
Yeah.
It's hard to maintain that all day. It'd be rough.
Yeah, and like I said, I know why. It's just it's almost startling. I'm sure. Yeah, because it goes dark, grim, dark, grim, dark, grim, dark, cheery, comfort. It's rather abrupt. Nice. It's just rather abrupt. Also, I don't know what I expected from the Temple of Kellenvor, but black and white was not it.
That's
That's
what it
one
is.
of the
Looks nice.
One of the cool things that are in this room is in the back of the room is a replica, very, very large brass weight and scale. It's like as tall as a man. It occupies an entire side of the room.
Cool.
One side of that
Nice.
weight is covered with these heavy weights, and the other side is completely empty, but the scale appears to be balanced always.
Does that scale work?
Does it actually work, or is it just affixed as a statue?
Yeah.
It functions as a scale.
Oh, it works.
Put
Do
my
I know
mask
why
on
it's like that?
it. Or actually,
Yeah,
Before
it's
I do that.
Balance
hang
of
on.
the spirits, or
It is a representation of we're weighing the souls. It's kind of a parlor trick. The cleric's enchanted. You put one person on the other side of the scale, and then you put a bunch of weights on the other side. But the number of weights to balance the scale is completely random. It changes every time.
go sit on it.
that. I'd rather not, because I don't want to mess it up. Because knowing
mess it
me,
up.
it'd take double the weights that are already there to rebalance it.
Okay.
I'd rather not press my luck, especially
Okay.
not after already insulting Killamore in his own temple. Sorry, by the way.
What insult? What are you talking about?
I called him depressing.
Well, I
think
mean, it can be
my-
depressing. That's not an insult.
That's fair. I just felt bad. Sorry.
I mean, I'm
What
not
a
gonna lie.
rambling.
I've taken naps on the scale before. It's happened. Not really something we do when the head cleric's around, but you know.
That's a thing that's getting commissioned now.
Get the down scale.
Yes. Preferably with the head cleric walking in. Anyways, that's a better for Dimitri. He's gonna take some notes and maybe sketch some things and.
Okay. Wander, have you got anything you want to add?
No. Wander will go over and sit on the scale.
Okay.
Since Dimitri
as soon as
wouldn't.
you sit on the scale, the weights like sink all the way to the bottom, and you are suspended high off the ground.
That, I guess, would make her feel sort of good about herself.
There you go.
But
Look at that. See? High favor. You're doing great.
What a pun!
Of course.
and we'll believe that Kith knows what she's talking about, and then I guess try to opt down off of it now that I'm up in the air.
Okay. Roll me a dex. No, I'm kidding. You can just.
Trips, falls,
I was-
lands flat on her
I
face.
was, I was about to say, do you want me to cast Featherfall?
Oh my God.
I don't think I'm that high up in the air.
No, you're not that high up. Wander, the way it instantly lifted you up, was actually had some energy to it. Like, you're pretty sure that there is weight on the far side than there needed to be.
Yeah.
And then Mora is back down the stairs. Her footsteps nowhere near as loud as they had been on the stone, just gently pressing down on the wooden stairs. And then a moment later, the head cleric, who you recognize very well, kind of steps down after her. So, hold on a moment.
Okay.
Whispers.
Oh dear.
They got him.
Uh-oh.
The aliens, they kidnapped Echo and Kith.
This is the next one that we got started with.
All right. Since they're in the other room, I'm going to take this opportunity to AFK for just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think this might be a good time for a bottle break for me, so I will be back.
I am making wrong.
Oh,
Okay.
you're all in trouble now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Fitz took a bio break, by the way.
So
Oh.
Beth said she would be right back. Or she may be back now.
do we want to take 5 minutes,
I'm cool with that.
or
That's
do we
fine.
want to just wait for
I'm
them to
fine
come
with
back?
I'm making ramen right now. I'm pouring out the water. So
Okay, we'll take a quick bio break.
I'll go grab a drink.
I'm gonna get some candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Did we go on break? I'm gonna guess that we did since everyone is quiet.
yeah, we went on a bio break just because it was convenient.
That was also what I.
I'm making one of the most unhealthy foods I have in my house, ramen.
I'm drinking a glass of wine, which is probably one of the more unhealthy things I have in my house.
Yeah, but wine also tastes really, really fucking good.
It's good wine.
Yeah. Is it a dessert wine or is it just a regular wine?
It's a red blend that I bought at Costco for like $7. So it's
So the cheap good wine. Got it.
it's cheap and good. I have some dessert wine, but I bought it to make chicken with. So
Yeah. I can't drink wine unless it's a dessert wine, but even like the slight taste of alcohol, I can't drink it.
this is gonna make me sound real old, but when I was your age, I also could not drink wine that was not candy. But now I'm old, and my palate can take many things that it couldn't when I had a more sensitive taste bud.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because I really like wine. It's just it needs to be so sugarified you can't taste the alcohol.
You're
I'm what? You but died.
We miss anything? They back yet?
Mm.
Back yet?
No, we're on a bio break. We're on a bio break. I made some food. Also, I don't know what this background music is, but it's popping.
I like default to ambient spot muted. I know that makes me a horrible person, but
I have it turned pretty low.
I have it turned low enough that I can just barely hear it,
Yeah.
but it sounds really good.
There was some good
It's-
stuff earlier. This
That's
one is
right.
not as good.
This one is not theme appropriate right now, but it's good.
Eh,
how do I? Where's the?
I don't know.
unmute
Could be.
button?
Okay, I'm back.
going to the
By the way,
god to be
Oh.
judged.
Okay, there we go.
Sounds pretty judgy.
Will
Will you be judged good or bad?
I have decided to take on the role of music maker in our group.
Love it.
So, I'm not going to be the one singing because my voice is dog shit. But I will see what I can do. I already have the lyrics for one song from Dimitri's backstory if anyone wants it, but I don't think anyone does because
That's cool. I'd be happy to read it.
cool. It's really fucking depressing.
Right. I guess I'm still pretty far behind on the Dimitri backstory relative to the rest of the crew. So I would have been happy to have one campfire yarn and have heard it from you.
Yeah, nobody knows Dimitri's backstory, mostly because nobody's asked and he has not told. So.
Got it.
I know you're on my contact list somewhere.
I think I'm in BOGO and in Discord.
There you are. Here is the first bit, and then I need to copy paste the second bit.
Right, you Salt King. Where does Salt King Vault come from?
Oh, it's a long story.
Is it also tied into Dimitri's backstory? Bring it all together. That'll be pretty awesome.
Yeah, so thing about this is that what my username is, it started off as Baltimore 9000 because that's what my Club Penguin username was whenever I was like 12.
Nice.
And so it slowly evolved from Baltimore 9000 to King Baltimore. And then it turned from King Baltimore to Salt King, and then Salt King Balt.
Nice. So, you are from Baltimore originally?
No, I'm not. I've never even been. I get people that DM me occasionally like, yeah, Baltimore Ravens, and I'm like, I don't know anyone on that team.
That's funny.
Yeah. Here's the first
Red Wings
half.
is where it's at. Just saying.
Who's where it's at? What'd you say?
Red Wings.
Mm,
The Red Wings.
I would
know.
have to.
Listen,
I'd have to disagree with that.
I'm not really a
Josh
Blue Jackets fan. I guess in Cleveland, I guess I'm between the two. I'm probably going to become a Rangers fan by
Oh,
No.
No, you can be
Uh,
a Red Wings
So-
fan. It's okay.
Okay.
are we talking baseball or football?
We're talking hockey.
Hockey.
Like hockey. Okay. I don't know. I
Baseball
don't. I
and
know.
Football. Ugh.
I know less about hockey than I know about baseball, and I know
Well,
nothing
you
about
don't
baseball.
exactly live in a hockey-centric area, so
That's fair.
you're forgiven.
Michigan is for sure, though. I know people
Oh,
who
yeah?
go to travel league all the time.
Pretty freaking amazing.
So Cornell's got a ridiculous hockey program that I remember hearing about when I was getting recruited for college, and now going back for grad school, it's gonna be cool to like
now.
stick around to watch. Wrestling was always really big here, and they have a good wrestling team. But
I've been
wrestling's a nice
muted
one
for
to
like.
watch. is
I've been
hockey.
talking to you guys about hockey for like 5 minutes, and I've been muted the entire time.
Well, unless it was supportive
Ooh.
Red Wings, we probably didn't need to hear it anyway.
Wow.
We used to have season tickets to the local WHL team. We would go
Oh.
to games all the time. We're, baby skaters. 'cause
I haven't
there's,
been to a
like,
game
ages-
since I was like in high
ages
school.
15 to 20.
I did a
My
game a
dad's
couple
huge
years
Rangers
ago.
fan, though. But he's a New York transplant. Igneous, Washington.
I am very much a Red Wings fan. I was in their victory parade when they won the Stanley Cup back in '98 or '99, whenever it was. It was
Wow.
fun.
All of my dad's
Well, our-
sports teams
I
suck
went
always.
to the
It's
victory
just kind of a
parade. I was
thing.
not in the victory parade, but
Did you in Detroit?
no, I went to our victory parade.
Oh well. Sorry, I'm just being dumb.
I
Hockey's
saw
the
the
only thing
Spokane
I
Chiefs
let
in the
myself get
Memorial
stupid
Cup.
about.
But again, WHL team, not important.
I used to watch the playoffs, but ever since we cut the cable, can't get sports anymore, and I'm not paying for it, so.
You say you watch the WNHL?
That was bad.
The WHL, the Western Hockey League, is just baby sports. It's teenagers. We used to
Okay.
go to games all the time. I don't think
Cool.
Echo enjoyed them very much.
Obviously.
I did not.
I
You know
love
what's even
hockey.
worse? A baseball game.
I love baseball.
I can't do baseball.
More
I
fun.
love it.
You know what's
listen
even
to
worse
as
than
well.
that? A Detroit Tigers baseball game.
Well, that's just barely sports at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever been
Actually, I
to a
guess
Pittsburgh
they're pretty
Pirates
good
baseball
lately.
game?
Now the Lions, we can all agree the Lions. Oh my god.
Mariners haven't won shit since 2001, but I watch them every year anyway.
The Lions have made it like a science to potentially doing well and still losing horribly.
You're speaking to somebody from Cleveland. You remember that, right?
I think we can all agree the Lions are terrible.
They're pretty bad. I'm
They're
actually
like-
wondering whether or not Thormy and I played in any of the same stadiums in high school. Because I did go down to Stark County once or twice.
Possibility.
Did you ever play at Massillon?
Yeah, several times.
Yeah, I played there.
Wow, you
I
guys
was
think
on
you're
the field
actually
there,
playing
I guess.
as just sitting in a chair and watching them.
It's a small world after all.
Played baseball and football.
I played softball.
I was in track because they made me do a sport to graduate.
I was in soccer when I was 5, and I sat on the field and picked dandelions until it was halftime and I could have oranges.
I was in soccer when I was little, and
That's about right.
until
My
until
mom
the
was so
day that
frustrated.
my coach was showing us how to do penalty kicks, and he wasn't supposed to kick the ball, but he did straight into the side of my face.
Oh no!
Oh,
After
that'll
that,
do it.
I didn't like soccer anymore.
I remember begging and begging and begging to be the goalie, and the coach was always like, "You're the smallest kid by a lot," and I'm like, "I want to be goalie so bad." I really just wanted to wear the cool shirt. And then he finally made me goalie, and I just like ran screaming from the ball every time it came near me. Yep, I was like ducking and huddling, and he's like, "No, you're supposed to." Oh. So yeah, we
That's
quit
awesome.
after that. one time,
That
never
sounds-
again.
It's amazing. You
Are
were
we back?
a real life athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all back.
Ready.
I was on the basketball team in 6th grade, but I had to drop
Oh.
out because it kept intervening with Hebrew
Quiet.
school.
Aw.
But I was
That's-
never very good, so whatever.
Yeah, Hebrew's hard.
I meant basketball, but sure.
I know.
I mean, I don't. I couldn't learn it.
I'm the world's worst basketball player.
I mean,
I-
you say that, but you haven't seen me play basketball.
I used to be able to do a backwards free throw shot with some consistency from the line. That's my one claim to fame with basketball. That's it.
I
All
could.
the rest is just losing horse many, many times.
Yep.
I've
I
got you
lost
beat.
a lot of that.
I could dribble with one hand.
There you
Good
go.
job. Congratulations. That's dribbling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
I was successful at,
Good job.
and that's it. Let's go ahead and dive back on in. If Kiwi and Walt are back. Oh,
Well, Lusum just disconnected and
Yeah,
reconnected.
he did,
I'm
yeah.
not sure.
Okay. He's here.
I lost connection for a minute. I'm good. I'm good. Sorry.
Kiwi.
She unmuted. She's here.
Kiwi. Oh, there she is.
by the way, fantastic commission of Nox. Definitely approve. In normal
Wait,
form
where?
and divergent under World Grudge combos. You are not in that channel, I don't think.
No.
Walt,
Average
because you
combo.
are not in Waldridge.
You would just be confused.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, so you guys are in the back of Calivor, and Jizon is the head cleric and is heading down the steps, and you see the older gray hair balding on the top dwarf step down onto the flooring, and as he looks up and sees you, he kind of nods to Mora, and he says, "Kithmia, it's good to see you again."
You too. I'll go give him a hug. I'm a hugger.
He breathed like just for half a second, and then you hear him just hugs you back. And he looks up at Wander and Dimitri, and he says, "I take it these are your teammates."
They are. They are. A couple of them. There's more of us. They're all over the city right now, causing trouble, I'm sure.
Fantastic.
Hey, so far this is one episode where I haven't blown anything up yet.
You're,
It's young, or night is young.
he
It's
kind of
early.
puts his hand on Kit's head, and he's like, 30 seconds isn't enough. Pushes the hug on.
Oh, 30 seconds is a miracle, man.
What can
How's
I...
it? Oh.
Oh, the pleasure of this visit, too.
We're just passing through. We're getting a bigger ship to get back to Ferrum, and I want to say hi. So hi, I'm here.
Hi.
Anything I can help with? Me done? Got a day or two, I think. Thought we
You're
catch
always
up.
welcome to spend time out in Nirelary and help those that come with their distresses if you'd like.
Fun as that is. I mean, I could.
It never ends, I'm afraid.
I know.
Aside from that, things are quiet around now as autumn is taking us. Never too busy a time. Though after Hollow's Eve, it's always a little bit more tense.
Sure, yeah. Well,
But with all those meddlings from the Castle Ward deciding Temple of Kellenvor is a place for them to throw their pranks about, that's always delightful, isn't it? I hate this holiday.
she'll just laugh. Well, you know, I'm a full cleric now. Passed my test and everything.
Congratulations! And have you managed to receive contact from our Lord, the Divine Judge?
I have. He's fun.
He is inside chick. Roll me a persuasion.
What, didn't I? I thought I did.
You did. He's
Oh,
inside
okay.
checking you. He doesn't believe you.
I'm apparently way too casual about it all.
Can I help?
He kind of like nods and says, "Well done, well
Can I
done."
insight him back to see that he doesn't believe me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you're full of shit about
Roll
me being full of
insight.
shit.
He doesn't believe you.
It's true.
Can I help?
He did. I've
Because
spoken to him, and he's spoken back, and I'm telling you, it happened.
I'm telling you, it happened.
describe what happens when you do.
What,
I've seen.
Dimitri?
You've
I hear
described
his
what.
voice. That's
Yeah,
what it
but-
is. You pray, you hear their voice.
Yeah, but you also. But things happen around you whenever he speaks, and
Do they?
Echo always says the air grows real still.
Yeah, but Dimitri doesn't know that.
I thought it. Isn't that a thing that around can feel? Like if you pray,
It's-
everyone else can feel it too?
It's a feeling Kiths. It's
Yeah.
not.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
like
it
an
was-
internal thing.
That's fair. I was on the
Oh.
same page. I thought because Echo mentioned that like the gods walking among us was much more common, that we kind of got the vibe of Kellenborg vibing in the grove while you were off speaking to him. That's so.
No,
well, you guys
I'm-
weren't there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just was
but you have spoken with Kellenvor and with us before, and he said the same thing that the air grew real still, and I thought that was like the physical air grew still, not that you
Oh.
felt it. That
Well,
was
I
my
don't
It's
bad.
not-
Okay.
I assumed it was
Someone
just a
might
kid
be
thing.
able to perceive that if they were super in tune with Kith's prayer. However, you guys just kind of hanging around while Kith is praying. You're not really gonna notice that.
Yeah.
Okay, then that was my bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
It was never something that I clearly stated, like, and you guys don't know it, but no, I didn't say that. So
Okay, Duzan. You don't have to believe me, but I know in my heart that I've spoken to him.
I believe you.
I don't.
I,
I don't
believe. I believe you believe you've spoken with Kellenborg.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. Whatever. I don't need your validation. It's okay. It's all right. But pretty awesome.
It's just that I'm going to be honest with you, Kithnia. For a cleric of Kellenvor, your attitude is unique.
Okay, that's fair. Shriek kind of has the same attitude. I get that, but maybe that's what makes me different.
And if that is valued to Kellenvor, then all power to you.
You know, I don't know. He honestly sounds a little irritated when I talk to him sometimes, but you know, he's still got my back, so I'm okay with that.
Roll me an insight check.
Fight again? Alright.
Yeah.
26.
Holy
Oh.
shit. When you say that he honestly sounds a little irritated, Duzon's eyes quirk a little bit as you suddenly feel like maybe you convinced him of something.
Doesn't believe that she can have a normal conversation. Believes she can annoy.
Yeah. On like turns to Wander and Dimitri and says, and how do you fare? How has your journey been? How have you traveled with I don't want to say student, but friend Kithnia?
I'd say she's my friend, yeah. We've certainly been through enough for it.
We've definitely been through some stuff.
Yeah. I'm actually a late addition to the party. I was conscripted, conscripted would be the right word, to join this party, because it lost some members before this, and I guess they needed to fill spots, and I was available. But they're good people. I don't know what you did with Kith while she was here, but she turned out all right.
I didn't do much. I showed her the way of Kellenvor and watched
And I ignored a
it
lot
not
of
stick.
it.
A bit like water off a duck's afraid.
You and Tree, man, must write to each other.
I suppose it's a developed dude.
So what?
I do have
a developed attitude.
Oh, you're really cutting out again. Sorry.
Don't know again.
I
Maybe
do
it's
have
just
a
me.
question.
Shoot is the proverbial term.
Sorry. Every time. Sorry, that was my fault. I've got a question. You guys would probably know better than most because of your line of work. We've run into shadow creatures, as best what I could call it. Shadowkin is what they're called.
Dimitri, whoa. This is more of like a private conversation in a room privately.
Is this not private?
Aren't there other people around?
Mora looks over and is like, I can go.
Oh, I
Need a
thought there was
minute?
more people back here. Maybe I'm
No,
misunderstanding.
it's quiet right now. It's just
Oh, then
Mora.
never mind. Ignore that. Scrap that.
Okay. I was about to say, we've been encountering them frequently, I guess is the term, since they don't really ever appear at all, as far as I'm aware. But we've been encountering them quite a bit in the material plane, and we ran into a bunch of them in the astral sea. Would you know anything about why or what's causing that?
I'm gonna roll for
I don't know
Duzon.
what it is.
I'm rolling it open. Duzon, you see him kind of scratch his long braided gray beard as he's thinking. And after a brief pause, said, "Why? Oh, frickin' Roll20 decided to re-roll that without actually doing it." Duzon kind of shakes his head and says,
I'm unfamiliar with the term. I could pray on it.
Because something... Because as far as we understand it, the only way that could happen... Now, of course, we haven't been back to Farum since we made this discovery, so we can't verify it just yet. But as far as we understand, the only way that can happen is if there's... Question. Fitz has told us what he thought, right? That there would be so many of them that he'd have to force them out.
They were like spilling out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they're spilling out onto the other planes of existence, and...
Oh! Was
I-
Fitz here when you
I
corrected
heard
the
that part.
astral?
I heard
Okay,
that
sorry,
part.
just making sure.
Nope, you're good. Astral, not ethereal. That's my fault for being, like I said, a horrible person.
Yes, how dare you?
Yeah, but they, as far as we know, they're denizens of the astral plane, and whatever is forcing them out is not good, I would assume.
Do you tell Duzan astral or ethereal plane?
Astral.
Okay.
Because you said that Fitz got corrected to say astral, not ethereal.
No, I
No.
said Fitz
Oh.
got
Corrected
to
him
say
the other
ethereal,
way.
not astral.
Oops, okay, then reverse.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
It's ethereal.
Damn you, Fitzroy!
Okay.
Dude's
on.
Storming, I just hear, wow, it's like he's a faint weird on the breeze. That was strange.
My nose itches.
I think I heard that too.
You shiver down your spine.
Sounds like my mother.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's great.
Good job, buddy.
Duzan asks, can you describe the nature of their appearance?
They're bipedal, and they, no matter how many people are looking at them, or what direction you're looking at them from, they always appear to be looking away from you, but they can walk towards you while their head appears to be backwards. Tiff saw their face once, I believe.
Nope.
During
No.
the night I was... No?
Nope,
No.
nope, nope.
No. Okay. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Because I
Just
know
say,
she-
no, I didn't
It's
actually see
okay.
them.
Okay. But Kith was able to turn them away with Turn Undead.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I was
Based
just wondering
on-
if you guys would know anything about that, since you guys would... I don't know. It was a shot in the dark.
I am not schooled in the arcane arts, but I've been around the block, as they might say. Based on what you're saying, up until that last, I might have thought they were projections or illusions.
That seems to be
But
the running
if-
theory.
That's
But
a-
if they were turned, that means that their presence was able to be affected by the Doors of Kellenvor, which really is also significant evidence as to your own touch with the Divine Judge himself. And for that, I applaud you, Kithnia.
Thank you for believing me now.
Yes.
No,
I'm not letting that go.
Meant in
Yes.
nature.
Mm-hmm. Duzan will remember that.
That's okay. They can have this relationship. This is fine. I mean, he's the one that taught her, so you should really be happy about it.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't do much for that. Duzan will ask if they ever made any noise.
Not that
Did
I
they ever?
remember.
Not that I recall.
No.
I
Did
mean,
they make any noise
honestly,
when Dimitri attacked him? Or
I
when
had
he
never
they
seen
attacked
them
Dimitri?
move until the night
Dimitri-
they attacked.
Roll me a history check.
Because I know there was that noise in the tent, but I think that was just them bumping into something, maybe. History.
15. That's pretty good. You remember night that you were woken up. You were not woken up by an attack. You were woken up by a noise. And then you heard you heard it a few more times.
Okay. I'm gonna expend a use of Major Illusion to recreate that sound, just so that he has the best idea possible, because it seems like he's the strongest case of, oh, he might know what's actually going on so far.
Duzan considers for a moment. And he thinks. And he asks if you have ever heard of a hang on, let me look up the name of this real quick. Make sure I have it right in my head.
It's gonna be like,
The
you
Markov
heard of this
Maxelius.
murder boss that's level 31?
Yeah. Have you heard of a Tarask? No.
Ugh.
Orcus?
Perhaps
Boss
a
Hydra?
friend. The Demogorgon. No.
It's like a- Make a will save or die instantly.
Duzan. Oh, god damn it, roll 20. Hold on. My roll 20 disconnected.
Everybody's
Sam.
dead.
Okay. I was
Alright.
just
I'm
checking the
still
name
in.
to make sure I
Yep.
had it right. I did. I don't know if you guys did. Duzan asks if you have ever heard of a phase spider.
Oh fuck.
No, I personally have not. I assume, by the way, that Kithmia just cringed that it's a bad thing.
No, that's me out of character.
Oh, okay. No, I have not.
Well, roll me enter there, Dimitri, Mr. Bard with all the random skills.
I'd love to, but I'm still reloading into roll 20.
Yeah,
I'm
mine's
not back in either. It's
not
pretty
loading
toast.
either.
Same.
I'll do it in the dice roller on Discord. 20,
That sounds good.
25.
At least my speed test came back fine.
I think it's rolled.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's roll
Yeah.
20.
Well,
It's definitely
I
not
went
you.
to 24.
Yeah, you know what a phase spider is. They're not great.
What is a
Um,
face spider? It is bad. Okay, good.
Bad juju.
They're not super terrifying, but they do. They can randomly hop from the ethereal plane to the material plane.
Oh yeah, I did a whole dungeon where I made you guys fight these. Alright, carry on.
Hey, I loaded back in.
Yeah.
She just says that in character and every votes it are super weird.
She's not even there. She's in a museum.
Yeah, she's she's like, and
Right,
it's
that
like,
makes it so much worse.
oh
She's
right,
staring at the wall.
they didn't fight a phase spider. No.
No, I just got disconnected from
Yeah.
roll 20 again.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
roll
yeah,
20
there
is
goes
dead
again.
as hell.
Yeah, this thing
Shit.
goes.
Shit.
More now.
It
I
is
just
a garbage website.
It has kicked the bucket.
Okay. Well, we don't
Shut up,
really need it
daisies.
for this next part. We can just
It'll
rely
fail
on
into
that.
the perch and be pushing up the daisies.
I've heard.
Oh, now it's open. Now
It
it's
keeps
loaded.
mine keeps
Walk off a long. No.
coming in
Mine
and
keeps
out.
loading and then crashing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their
Yeah,
server
mine-
be dead.
mine is toast also.
There's a fire
Hey,
somewhere in a
everyone
server
joining.
company.
Yeah. There's an
Probably.
entire IT team that's all like, ah!
No, I've had that happen where I've gotten emails from Linode, like, we had a fire, it's under control, your server will be back soon.
The
That
Oh,
happens.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I loaded.
Oh,
back.
is it up?
I'm loaded back in for the most
For
part.
the moment.
Yeah.
I am not loaded in.
Okay.
I'm
Well, the
refreshing.
point is,
it crashed
Duzan
again.
says, I have encountered phase spiders before, and I would recognize that noise anywhere.
So, but these things we fought were definitely not spiders.
But they are entities.
Well, if a
And they
phase
were-
spider, assuming you explained it, is something that bounces in and out, like maybe that's the sound they make when they bounce in and out.
I just know that's the noise phase spider makes when it appears.
We're slowly piecing this puzzle together, God damn it.
That does,
phase spiders,
however,
All right, go ahead.
Do phase spiders go to the ethereal plane?
yes,
Well, that, okay.
this I know for sure.
So maybe there's a lot of them and some phase spiders accidentally took some with them.
No, you would know if a phase spider was there.
Oh,
You would
okay.
really know.
If
Big.
they're boiling over,
They're the
like
size of a
Fitz
wagon.
thought,
Oh my god.
then they're getting pushed out of the ethereal plane, and they're popping over, and that's the popping sound. But why are they targeting us and nobody else?
When did you first
Maybe-
see them?
The night of the big tournament, the festival in Ferrum, the spring festival, fall festival in Ferrum.
And
We
was
saw them
there
after there was a big shadow incident where a bunch of shadows overtook the whole area.
was there any connection to the other planes? Was there any sort of contact? Was
well,
there
was a wizard that made this portal and was summoning the shadows in all night. We
portal
assumed.
to where? Portal to where?
Wander, do you know where the portal was to?
We had no idea. It was just.
Let me.
this
I pull out my
wizard
journal.
was there, and he was channeling, and there were loud noises that sounded like cracks of thunder, and every time there was a crack of thunder, another group of shadows emerged and headed into the
have-
town.
Spent most of that fight in the water. It was a kobold. He was over a summoning circle, as Kith is looking back in the book to the Shadow Shuffle entry. He was on a boat.
Listen to me. There was. I heard a horrible tale a month ago of a town in KO that was assailed by a Nightwalker. If there was a portal where shadows emerged, I believe there is a connection to Shadowfell being made. The case, and you are seeing these. Are you seeing more of them since then?
Yes,
Yes.
a lot
We-
more.
We were seeing them sporadically, just one at a time, and it was only one person seeing them. When we traveled through the Astral Sea, we saw 9 of them at once. And then
Oh.
on our
And then when
mission,
we were back in
but-
Kindios,
they attacked us.
they attacked, which had never. We had never even seen them move before.
It was always, you saw them, and as soon as you looked to actually see them, they were gone. But in
I am
Kindios,
no
they attacked
wizard.
us.
I am no wizard. I am no master of the arcane. But I suspect you are being watched.
Watched by
So-
what?
Someone or something from the Shadowfell with enough Shadowkin to devote them to your attention.
From Shadowfell?
That's what I
What do you think?
suspect.
Do you think if we got items that could protect us from divination magics, that it would maybe lessen what they could do? Since they wouldn't be able to physically see us?
I do not know. I don't know the nature of these things. I don't know how they are spying on you, but if you are seeing their projections, I do not know that they are being scryed upon. I think they might just be looking at you.
Maybe if we see them again, I'll try turning them immediately.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention. When they attacked me, I could damage them. Like, because the loud as hell shout damaged them, right? It made the one.
Mhm.
Yeah. It damaged him. And that's something we never could test before.
Sounds like mindfuckery to me. But based on what I heard of a Nightwalker, which, God forsaken, that's a terrible creature. If that is true, and you are being followed by Shadowkin, I suspect you're being watched.
This all started the night of the Fall Festival. But we started seeing them before we saw the kobold. I'll have to think about this and look back through my notes.
But we didn't see
Lucy
them
knows
before the
something.
shadows attacked, right?
We saw them
Yeah, it was after
the
the shadow.
rainstorm started,
Yep.
and we started seeing the shadows.
Mhm.
The first time I saw them was when I ventured out with the light.
Yeah, and it was across the street.
Right, it was across the street, it was facing that wall.
And then you saw it in the house.
Then we saw it in the house where we burned the couch.
Good times.
My question is, if you are being watched, why you?
Don't know why we're being watched.
Well-
That we were a brand new group out of the academy,
Yeah,
like
it was
that day.
that was our first
Yeah.
the first thing we ever did together.
3 of its members have been replaced, so it's got to be something with the originals.
That's what I was trying to figure out too. Like, I mean, there's only a few of us from the original group. Things have been shuffled around since then,
Yeah,
and we
'cause
lost a
it's-
couple.
It's
But
you,
it's-
Thormir, and Wander. That's it, right?
Yeah. But it is
Oh.
also, I mean, pertinent to note that they attacked Dimitri.
Well, that was what
That's
I
fair.
couldn't figure out either. Why did they attack Dimitri?
Why did they attack him? Because
He's
he
new.
wasn't
He's
with
only
us
been in the
beginning.
group for a few weeks.
Is it targeting the casters in our group? Because it's only I
Who saw
condemn the
them
weave.
in the Sunken Forge?
Lusum.
Lucen did, just Lucen.
And I've seen
Uh,
them, but we all saw them on the boat.
We all saw them on the boat.
We're
Wait,
also near
no.
Shadow.
Is it attacking casters who get their magic from sources other than learning and like spellcrafting and stuff? Because Lucem got it from. Sorry, this is out of character. Lucem got it from the Bloodbane. Dimitri got his from his music. He started out being able to just change his appearance, but he channels his magic through his music. And Kithmia, your magic's divine. And it hasn't attacked Wander, Thormir, and else, has it?
But why haven't
It's only
they-
appeared in front
why
of the
haven't
casters.
Other casters seen them? Met other casters. I'll ask Duzen, you haven't seen these?
Never.
And that wizard I met down in Nosvidania, he hadn't seen them. He's the one who told me they might be Shadowkin.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you about
I don't
that
know, it
Duzen
was-
sometime. That trip to I'll tell you about that later.
I don't know.
That
it
was a
just
wild
it was,
day.
It was a theory. I don't know.
No, it's a good theory. I just don't know. We'll have to be more careful taking our data when we see them.
Yeah. Lucen knows something, but he's the only one that would bring this up, and I can't bring it up with Dimitri.
Well,
Mm.
bad.
That happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, Duzen, do you want to catch up? I could tell you some of my stories, some of the fun stuff we've been doing.
Absolutely.
And I can provide music.
Okay. So you guys going to spend some time hanging out with Duzen and
Heck
getting
yeah,
him.
she'll hang out with
Now
him.
that
'cause
we've brought him down
she
with all of
loves
our
him.
scary.
Anybody that's a potential father figure, I'm sure, has been all sorts of fondness from Kith.
Okay. I'm not sure Duzon is okay with that, but that's all right.
Whatever. I'm
Let's
sure they
hop
got
on-
along okay.
Sure. Let's hop back over to Telehay.
She went to the museum and then she got some street food and then she was heading back to the inn.
Yeah,
So they hadn't set up any kind of
I thought it was perfect.
rendezvous.
From Final Fantasy.
Okay. So let's say you get back to the tavern.
Nobody's
And
here.
Audrey's there, and there's a couple people sitting at their tables eating and drinking and stuff like that. And as you step back in, Audrey chirps up and says, "Oh, welcome back."
Hello. Looks like nobody else is back yet.
Nope, you're the
Oh.
first.
Well, they were going to temple, which is, admirable, I suppose, but not really my thing.
Can have one.
Well, can I interest you in something? Well, you've got food. Never mind. Well,
I've had a bite. Maybe I will. Oh. Oh wait, no, can't do that yet. No. Let's see. I'll go for a walk. I'll see you later. And then, I'm gonna walk around and look for.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for thieves' camp signs on places.
okay.
See if there are anything that's been marked as either an easy target or as a stay away.
Roll investigation.
Just keeping my hand in, looking. See if this investigation is any better than the last one. A little bit.
22. Yes, there are. Right in this particular neighborhood, you don't find any. But as you step a little bit farther out, especially as you're verging the neighborhoods into the Gloomstare, you start finding easy mark symbols all over the place.
Bloody.
A lot of them don't look recent. A lot of them look like they've been there for a while, and you're pretty sure that those marks have been claimed
Yeah.
thoroughly. As you near the Astridia docks, however, you do find an interesting situation where there is a narrow alley, and on one side of the street, you see the back of what looks like must be like a cobbler's, and it says "Stay away." But on the far side, you see the back of a building that looks maybe like a boarding house, and it says "Easy Mark."
But they're not the same building. They're just next to each other.
They're just opposite each other. Yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna sort of case the one that says it's easy, and then I'm gonna case the one that says it's hard, and to see if I can get like a good idea of what's going on and what kind of defenses they have, respectively.
Roll me another investigation. $24. The boarding house that's marked Easy Mark. Roll me an insight check. $15. You watch a lot of people go in and out of this boarding house, and you're right by the docks, so I suppose it's not too unbelievable to see a lot of foreigners and exotic adventurers or visitors taking up residence or visiting this home, but this is not an advertised inn. You don't see any marks as to like come get ale or anything like that, but you do see in your casing, you walk around the building, you find discrete locations to watch it from. The few times you've seen the interior of the building, it's very lush. It's very well furnished. You see lots of fine reds and crimsons and golds in the fabrics that you can see inside the windows the few times you get chances to look in.
Is it clearly marked as a boarding house?
No.
So it's just like a really nice looking house that a lot of people are going in and out.
Yes. There are a lot of strange, like, you don't see a lot of people, like, if you spent a lot of time watching this house, you're pretty sure there's no permanent residence in this house.
Aha. Cool.
The cobblers that you case, roll me a Arcana check. That's infinite. This one is marked as stay away, but all you see is in the cobblers, you see there's a very large open window in the front, and you can see clearly into most of the building, which is kind of a reason why you wouldn't hit a place, as it's very clear what's going on inside. You see there are a lot of very fine footwear on sale. It looks like the cobbler does a lot of custom work for people. And an important note is it looks like he imbues Banasite into footwear. You don't know what that means. You don't know
Nope.
what that
I
does
have no
for
idea
people.
what that means. But I'm curious, so I'm thinking I might go shopping.
Okay. You go into the cobblers? Okay. As you're looking around and you see the cobbler is a pretty old looking elf. He has a very, very receded hairline, black hair pulled into a tight ponytail, really kind of emphasizing the illusion that he is going bald, but it might just be a high hairline. It's hard to tell. And he is at a workbench working on something. And as you enter, the bell at the door rings, and he kind of stands up, not alarmedly, but alertedly, and he says, hello, good afternoon. What can I do for you?
Oh, good afternoon. I thought I'm just browsing about town, and someone mentioned that there was a lovely shoe shop in the area, so I thought I would check it out.
He is insight checking you.
Okay, I will roll deception because that is a lie.
Yeah, yes. He is already a little suspicious of you. But I rolled lucky. Your 14 beats my 10. And he says,
Battle of the Giants there.
yeah, really. He says, oh, well, in that case, welcome. Are you looking for custom footwear? Perhaps something to step up your game?
Oh, that would be delightful.
He looks a little saddened that you didn't laugh at his...
I liked it, but I was.
I laughed.
I did too. I was also muted.
Your audience is just not.
We're
Yeah,
considering-
not the ones he cares about.
My audience has got a kid in the background.
Yeah. Okay. She does not laugh at the pun. Sadly. But I don't suppose you could modify an existing set of boots. You would want to do you from scratch and go from the ground up, so to speak.
I do generally prefer to start with an original creation.
All right.
What did you have in mind? And I should ask, what have you heard?
Oh, I heard that it is a lovely little shop that can do the kinds of footwear that are. She pauses and thinks about it for a moment, looking up at the ceiling. Was unusual, perhaps a little bit of something special.
Well, I suppose you're not wrong. Whoever it was,
recommendation did not really get into specifics, you understand.
it's truly a shame. I try and keep my reputation limited in limited mouths, but those that know of what I do generally sing its praises.
Out of character, he kind of explains to you that he can create footwear, specifically footwear that can do a few things. They can be enchanted with spells like Featherfall, Jump, or Fly, or he can give you shoes that will increase your dexterity.
Yeah. I would love Dex bonus shoes. I'm already at a 20 though. Is that an issue? Do you?
It would increase the max.
Okay, that was the question, because some people don't like to do that kind of cheesy shit. Yeah. So, yes, Dex bonus, like shoes that just make me a little bit quicker. That would be absolutely fabulous. Feeling out for a price check.
So a custom pair of boots that will increase your dex score by 2 to increase your modifier by 1.
Like 2,000.
It is going to be approximately 2,200 gold pieces.
Yeah. Okay. You'll write that down.
Do you attempt to haggle him down at all?
I don't want to insult him with the kind of price that my pockets can currently afford. My
Understandable.
pockets. So what I will do instead is straight down the price and thank him very much for his time, and suggest that I will be back when I've had a chance to speak with some financial backers.
Okay. Roll me a perception check real quick. A 14. You see on the little workbench there is a little like placard that looks like it's kind of discreetly placed to not be obvious, but it says Vissa's Extraordinary Footwear.
Okay.
You take that to probably be the name of the shop.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
So that's what you find. And now
I'd also like to get his name before I skulk off.
Leolik Vissa.
Leolik Vissa. Okay. Leolik Vissa. Yeah, that's I think where I'll leave that. Anything else
Okay.
that I do would
All right. Do you investigate the boarding house of suspicious intent?
I would like to investigate the boarding house now that I've gone shopping.
Okay. Now that you know how much a pair of Dex boots
I
cost.
knew I was not going to be able to afford it, but I was curious just how far out of my price range it was going to be.
They're expensive.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to investigate the boarding house.
Okay.
Having gotten the impression that this is a place where nobody in particular lives, I'm gonna walk in like it's totally my business to be there.
Okay.
And maybe like I'm waiting for someone. Like meeting someone.
All right.
Like I know what I'm doing and I know
Roll
where
me a
I'm going.
performance check.
Okay. That's a 6.
Sounds about right.
So you're really awkward.
Yeah. A little bit
You-
awkward.
You go in to the front door
It's
of the
not a
boarding
one,
house.
so I don't actually go inside saying I totally belong here. But
No, you don't quite do that.
You're just very awkward.
just
Um,
awkward.
Like you're looking at people a little too long.
I'm like, yeah, I'm clearly snooping. I'm snooping. It is happening.
You, as you step into this boarding house, the door, it's very much a facade. The exterior is very much looks like does not look like the inside. When you step inside, you are greeted by a kind of this blackened marbled-looking floor that is really, really expensive.
It's a really nice floor.
Yeah. Do you say that out loud?
Yes, because I rolled
shit.
6.
Okay. Oh dear.
I'm role playing here. We saw what my dice did.
True. The black hallway kind of extends past, and you see on the left of it is a very fine set of stairs that go straight up, and then they curve over the fine blackstone hallway in a very fancy way as to look down on a newcomer when you're going down the stairs. The stairs themselves are carpeted in thick, kind of this crimson, lush, very thick carpet.
Roll me a perception check.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
My dice are like,
Um,
what the fuck are you doing, Telehigh? Why are you doing it? Oh, I'm fucking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fucking around. I'm an
What you
idiot.
get on a 6?
I mean, it's a natural 1, dude.
There are no true failures except in combat,
Okay.
but it is a 6.
I'm distracted by how nice the floor is.
Yeah, it's real shiny.
Is there like mica glittering in the marble or something?
You can't tell.
I love
Uh,
that. Just throwing that out there. I want a driveway with that stuff in it.
That'd be cool.
Like the Galaxy Stone stuff, where it looks like it's glittery, sparkly.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what you get that is the obvious stuff. Okay. There are archways on both sides of this entrance here, and in the right one, you see a lot of these really big racks of red wine all along the wall. Along the left side, you smell smoke, and you see a lot of very large, what look like very comfortable, overstuffed sofas and couches with seating areas around there. And you see a lot of people milling about in that room. And then in front of you, a person comes across and goes into the room to your right, and you hear the sound of glass tinkling. You hear a lot of conversation in all directions. Down the hall, you see there is more tables that you can just see through the doorway. And then up the stairs, there is a banister at the top, and you see that the walls are dark wood paneled everywhere. It's very lush and luxuriously overbuilt. That's what you get on a 6 and a 6. You don't notice the people staring at you.
Right. I'm just poking about, snooping. Poking about and snooping.
Are you saying that out loud?
No, I didn't roll a 1.
Okay.
Look, I appreciate there was the need to make the Alright, this is so there's a room on either side of me.
Yes.
There's the drinking room and the smoking room, basically.
I mean, with
Kinda.
the 6 on perception, sure, you can take that
That's
away.
that's the perception that I have. All right.
This is where they drink. This is where they smoke.
I'm gonna go in the smoking room.
Okay. You step in, and the room's pretty wide, and it goes on for quite a ways. And you see there are a number of seating areas. There's a large fireplace between the two, and there's a lot of people looking at you. They're seated on different couches. Some of them are holding tall glasses of very red wine. Not all of them, but a lot of them have heavy pipes, and there are plumes of smoke filling the room. And the fireplace is lit. And though it is autumn, it's a little warm in here.
Hello all. It's Lord Eustace here. I'm supposed to meet him.
Roll a deception check. Good lord.
It's a 9.
Oh my lord.
Did you just fail again?
Yeah.
9.
Oh, you're rocking this whole integration.
It's
This
better
is
than
great.
the 1 I rolled.
You're
One of-
clearly from out of town.
Someone in very nice clothing, who has a bottle under their arm, approaches you from your right side and says, "Excuse me, can you tell me who you're looking for?"
Lord Eustace. He said I should meet him at his club.
I'm not familiar with a Lord Eustace. Are you sure you're in the right place?
Honestly, no. What's the name of the place that I'm at? Perhaps it's a different club that I'm supposed to be going to.
I'm afraid you have found yourself in the embassy.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I must have taken a wrong turn back.
That's quite all right. The door is right here. And he's trying to show you to the door.
Thank you so much for your courtesy and for letting me know where I'm at. I will
Oh.
just have to find Lord Eustace's club down the street. Probably. I don't know.
Anywhere else but here. I wish you the best of luck.
Thanks.
Roll me another perception check on your way out. I'll give you one more.
All right. Nope, that's another natural.
That is another natural one. You are
It's too
hastily...
funny.
Real?
It's too funny. I would blow my inspiration, but it's too funny how bad this is. I'm just gonna leave it because it's not like I'm here for any reason besides I wandered in up the street.
Yeah.
So this is
you-
just a failure of my judgment that Tella is happy.
You are shown out of this building, and the door is closed behind you.
Well,
The room bursts into laughter after you leave.
we'll never be speaking of that again. And,
I tried to send the Ferris the restaurant thing, and I don't think it came off. There.
While Telahai is getting her sorts back together, let's
yeah,
hop on
she's
over.
regathering her wits.
to Vestra.
That's hilariously dumb. Okay. I wish your
my God.
better light does. Wow, better dice luck than I just had.
I mean,
Nice duck.
considering my last try is not.
Yeah, neither of us are rolling very well.
I mean, you have to get some good duck eventually.
Well, you know, there's only so much lice duck that.
Yeah. Okay, Vestra, you have been wandering around the Gloomstare trying to find a fighting anywhere,
And your conversations with people have generally gone like, who the hell are you? Like, this is not... what are you going to do now? How are you going to proceed in your investigation?
Vestra isn't very good at finding new ways to make things happen.
I'm gonna keep hitting that wall till it falls down, huh?
That's her motto, honestly.
Okay. If you'd like to roll me another investigation, you can do that.
Yeah.
It's got to be better than 2 nat 1 perception. Nope, guess not.
No, it's not.
Okay. Vestra, you are becoming convinced that Kith doesn't know what she was talking about. You have been wandering around the Gloomstare, pushing through these tight alleys, really not comfortable. Like, this is not a comfortable residence area. Like, you're really kind of getting sick of no one knowing what the hell you want to find, or either being too intimidated to tell you, or maybe pretending not to know what you're talking about.
Vestra,
You handle frustration well, right?
no. she
You're level-headed, yeah?
she would have been going more and more like aggravated and annoyed with each conversation, because clearly someone knows something here they cannot not know, obviously. What's most likely going to happen is if she really can't find anything within the next hour, she will like storm off back to the freaking half pint,
Okay.
just like and drink.
Roll me a straight charisma roll.
Oh my god, charisma is not. I'm negative.
So many of you dumped on charisma. Good lord. All right. Yep.
I'm super charming. You just can't tell from the way I roll.
Okay, listen, I had a plus 17 on charisma last campaign. I'm switching it up.
You sure are.
Ollie did not have a lot of charisma.
I did not roll.
16.
All right.
Right.
That's good. Okay. You find yourself on the you're on the eastern outskirts of the Gloomstare at this point. You've
So is she
made
near
your
where
way.
I was?
No, she's
Okay.
like up here.
Okay. We were talking about how I was near the Gloomstare for a while, and then
You were for a bit, and then
I wandered off.
this is actually the street where
Yeah. You said
that
it was
happened.
near Estudia because that was where all of the easy marks were. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, it's only a short 28-foot walk from the Vestra, you're getting frustrated, and I mean, you're a barbarian, so it shows. You at one point are just like trying to find a vent for your frustration, and near the edges of the Gloomstare, on one of the roads leading out of town, it's pretty quiet, and there is a market vendor, like one of the temporary vendors who just has a stall set up.
Uh-huh.
And there is a green dragonborn working the stall, and as he's like putting stuff away because it's getting late in the evening, He looks a little shady. You kind of get the impression perhaps this guy might know something.
Okay, Vestra's gonna storm up to him. Like, this is her basically, she's decided this is her last chance where she's gonna punch someone.
Where are the drugs? Where's Rachel?
Where's Rachel?
She's gonna storm up to this this cart and like just full height, like not even trying to hide like the 8 feet, just like towering as best she can, like immediate intimidation, saying, "You are going to tell me where I can find a fight, or I'm going to punch you in the face right now."
Jeez.
Well, that seems a little over the top.
I've had a very long and frustrating day.
Go down the road about 8 blocks. You want the Giant's Bar.
Thank you. And
You're
I'm going to toss him a cold piece. And
Thank
storm
you.
and storm off towards the giants. What was it?
Can I offer you some fine glazed plateware?
The Giant's Bar.
Not unless it's good for knocking someone on the head.
It could be.
Sounds fun as hell.
In that case, I'll take 2.
He hands you 2 pewter glazed plates.
Putting that in the bag.
Okay.
That 2
I love
copper,
her,
please.
She's so great.
You're gonna give him 2 copper.
Have a good evening.
Buying plates just to beat people with them.
Tell them Muskie sent you.
Thank you. Okay, I keep forgetting the conversion. What's 1 silver? Like, how much copper is 1 silver?
10 copper.
10 Thank
That's
you.
all
10
10
for
to
base
1.
tens. Electrum is 5 silver, which is obnoxious, but everything else is in tens.
Nobody
Alright.
really uses electric.
That's super
$2 bill.
obnoxious.
Okay, so giant something.
Giant bar.
The Giant's Bar.
Giant's Bar. God, I'm really bad at remembering names. Like
It happens.
Giant's Bar, Otis or
His name is Muskie.
Muskie. That wasn't right at all.
Like musky, but mood.
Muskie.
Muskie.
Otis, Mooski, close enough.
Yeah. I thought it
Otis.
was an O. I thought it was an O.
I was
Okay.
gonna call him Jack.
It goes
so-
in there. Where's
Yeah.
Otis?
Thank you.
You're in the embassy, the
Crap.
wrong place.
Like I just heard it, and my mind immediately was like, "I'm gonna not remember any of that."
Friends like, and deleting all recent memories. Complete.
Okay. Well, Vestra is heading to the Giant's Bar.
Yeah.
As you approach it, you see why it gets its name. The front of it.
Because it's full of giants.
No. What do I? What?
Sorry.
Am I
That
a
would
joke
be-
to you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. No, the front of the Giant's
Look.
Bar. Yes. I'm looking.
I was clearly the joke. this
No more
RP
M&Ms.
session.
Well, but I like M&Ms.
Fair enough. Giant's Bar is interesting in that the front of it, its facade is very clearly supposed to be a joke, as the front door appears to be massive, and then there's like a silhouette of a normal sized door in it.
Oh my god, I hate that. At least
Well.
commit.
They didn't. They did not yet.
Okay.
There are normal sized windows on both sides. It's really kind of disappointing the lack of effort they put into this.
I think it's great.
Oh my
but
god.
I'm not there.
Vestra is going to go in.
Okay, you step
Ashes
into the Giant's
place
Bar.
up.
It is pretty loud in here. While it is not a bar for giants, there are a lot of Goliaths in here. A lot of them look like either lumber workers or maybe mercenaries or something. This is a pretty rough and tumble bar. There's not really a whole lot of seating area. There is a bunch of stools at the counter,
and there's like a long wooden bar suspended on the back wall with stools at that. But otherwise, it's just a big open room, and there's people beating the shit out of each other in the middle of it.
I didn't even need to ask. I'm going right in.
Okay. There are 4 Goliaths beating each other up in the middle, and so you dive in. And at first, everyone's like, "Who the hell is this new person?" As my music has died, I'm now sad. Hang on.
Oh, they don't work in D20. Madness.
Okay. Okay. And work with me here.
Nope.
TeamSpeak, please. Go.
You can do it.
I believe in you.
It's been working so good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's basically a consistent brawl, and based on some of the destroyed stools you see piled up in the corner, this keeps happening. You dive in. Go ahead and roll me a couple things. Let's go with 2 athletics checks, 2 attack rolls, and a D100.
I know this goes without saying, but I'm raging at this point, figuratively and literally.
Then give me that athletics at advantage then.
Okay. I need to see. I forgot how to set it to I am raging.
It's in the drop down on your menu when you're in the D&D Beyond window.
D&D Beyond. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm raging. All right. Athletics.
Yep, advantage.
2.
Oh. Okay, 21 and 23. Yeah. You're a force to be reckoned with. Maybe it's the annoying town that's just gotten on your nerves, but you dive into this Goliath fight, and Goliaths are not pushovers. You see one of them is wearing like studded leather. The next one is wearing what just looks like commoner's clothing, just like a loose tunic and hanging trousers. And immediately you are like throwing them around, pinning one of them, and it is instantly a full-fledged brawl where it was already, but you're just escalating it. And a couple more Goliaths join the fight. Go ahead and roll me 2 attack rolls.
All right. Wait, is this unarmed, right?
Yo.
I assume, unless you're going to stab them.
No, I'm not.
You have that choice if you want.
Yes, get locked up for murder.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Okay.
Nice.
So you are real good at throwing your weight around and grappling, but they're hard to get a solid hit on. But you are keeping them where you want them. They're just not getting punched in the face. Roll me a D100. Okay. And
Background
then I'm
noise
going
is
to
very
roll.
good for this, though.
What's your AC? 16?
Yep.
Okay. So, as far as tavern brawls go, you're landing blows, you're taking blows. You are delivering black eyes, and you are getting punched in the gut. After maybe about an hour of consistent fighting, of brawling and struggling and exhaustion and sweating, you haven't blown off all that steam from the annoying gloom stare, but you have won the respect of most of the Goliaths in that bar. Though eventually, it's like the The fight ends with Vestra with 6 of her legs wrapped around this one Goliath in like a good half plate, and his arms like pinned up behind him, and he's flat on the ground, and he's just saying, "All right, I give. Let me up." And the barkeeper kind of comes over, and he taps you on the shoulder a little delicately, Vestra, and he says, "All right, you've broken 4 of my stools. Can we tone it down a little bit?"
I haven't used any of the plates yet.
What are those, pewter? No, don't. Come have a drink. Take a deep breath. You're always welcome at the Giants Bar. Don't just let him up. Let him up, okay?
He's like trying to pull you off the guy.
Yeah, I let him up.
Okay. Most of the Goliaths look either sheepish that they have been so handily pinned and out wrestled, but then one guy is like, "Dude, she's got 8 legs. Like, what are you gonna do?" And the other Goliaths are like, "Yeah, I guess you're right." Still, everyone is very impressed by your martial prowess, and you earn yourself as many drinks as you'd like at the Giants Bar. The bar's drinks are not as good as the half pint,
Which is a little disappointing. But it is all free.
Sure.
And your ribs hurt.
Seems like a good time. Vestra would spend the next couple hours drinking with the people she recently punched in the face and making friends.
Okay. All right. Thormir and Fitzroy.
What's us?
You guys have gone to the docks and you've attempted to find exotic materials. Roll me an investigate. Well, how do you want to do this?
Oh, yeah.
You say, how do you want to do this? And I'm immediately like, oh god, they're murdering the marketplace.
No, we're about to ruin the economy, so that works too. Oh, yeah. I mean, I imagined, as shitty as it is, we'd probably kind of like window shop for a bit, just looking back and forth, seeing what woods are available, and then kind of trying to piece together ideas on what to do with what materials.
I think we start with the options that guy mentioned. So there was the other docks, which gets the recent exports that are exotic. He had mentioned there was spare wood there, and then also the lumber mill. So I think when we left off, we were headed towards the other dock. But I'm really just we're walking, and in my eyes, we're just walking, talking, trying to keep an eye out for something that'll catch our eye.
Yeah. I'm also
my
trying to
passive perception is gonna be better than anything else I can roll.
Roll investigation.
Oh damn it!
Both of us, or one at advantage?
You can both roll it if you'd like, or you can give one of you advantage. But this is definitely investigation.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving him advantage. And I'm also going to ask Fitz and try to think for myself, what would be good for a dragon? Because I don't know if that dragon sculpture would be a good thing, or if we would see that.
Yeah, toss an Arcana on Blue Dragon art.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Yeah, roll Arcana.
I think at some point later I would like to take a shot at.
Can I assist him with my history? Like the stories of blue dragons that I've heard, and
Yeah, you can roll history.
Do I get advantage because he's helping me? That was a horrible roll.
On Arcana, Thormir doesn't know fuck all about Arcana.
Yeah, magic voodoo, bad.
However, I will give you for a 27 investigation and a 20 on your history, Thormir. And your Arcana. Okay, so here's what you guys can piece together about what you know about blue dragons. Liking for treasure. They like gems a lot. They really like gems. As far as artwork goes, they like artwork that represents the amount of work that was put into the artwork. They don't really care if it's magical. They really like really fine, really valuable pieces.
Okay.
They like to be able to show their hoard to mortals and gloat as to the value of what they have.
They're snappish pricks. Yeah.
They're blue dragons.
Well, you think I've read the Book of Arcana?
Yeah. With your really high, with your 27 investigation, you do manage to find a few of the lumber ships, the freight ships that bring in lumber from other places. And in particular, there is a large supply of spare. It looks like it's really strange to describe. The wood looks like it's covered in snake scales, but it's made of the rippling rings from inside the tree. And as you're looking at it, and you see like there's a burl in this weird snakeskin wood, and the burl almost looks like a brown and light brown rendition of a nebula. It's freaking beautiful. And as you're looking at it, roll me a nature check to see if either of you know what this stuff is.
All right.
Hey, I might. Pretty dang good.
Boromir, you have probably seen your father use this stuff for really expensive hilt work. It is our Baron snakewood.
Oh, shit.
It's real valuable. It's like where a typical wooden blank of oak would cost maybe a few copper, this stuff probably costs maybe 40 gold a blank. Fitzroy, with the 9.
The nat one. It's a rough morning.
Yeah, you're not sure. Yeah.
I'll inform Fitzroy of what that stuff is. It's an Abarian snakewood. That's top quality shit.
Take your word for it.
My father used to use it for ornate hilt work, and
It's absolutely gorgeous. I
It
mean,
is.
we chose to make a wood project. I think something like this, rare, beautiful, I think that might be quite the option. But you were
Might be our
mentioning gem work before. It's something I think we could consider. I just don't know much about gemcraft.
I don't even have a jeweler's kit. I wouldn't even know where to start on that, but perhaps like
Probably
a-
at rock bottom.
Yeah, thanks, Echo. But perhaps some inlaying or something like that, like a pre-cut gem, you might be able to.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Or we could just take something that's as naturally beautiful as this and make it appear to be so incredible. I mean, like we were talking about, something that they can venerate and have forever that's rare and unique. Taking something like this wood and truly transforming it, there's only going to be a few people in the world who could do that. And if we get a little lucky, a little time and effort, maybe we can put it together.
Yeah, let's hope. Let's see if we can find a seller on this.
It's in this case you're looking for like the person who is responsible for offloading the wood, and
Yeah.
it doesn't take long to find him. He's just a human sailor who's currently like marking off a checklist.
Excuse
And
me,
as
sir.
you guys approach, yeah.
Hi. I was wanting to inquire on that Abarian snakewood that you have over there.
Ah, you have a good eye on you.
Want the things I got?
How much of that you wanting?
2 blanks.
Roll me a perception there, Thormir.
Alrighty.
Fitzroy, you can as well since you're right next to him.
+4. 15.
Okay. This guy looks like he's probably not the captain of the ship. He's probably their quartermaster. And as he's looking at the wood, Thormir, you do spy on the back side of the blanks, there is a fine crack. It doesn't look very big, but it looks, it's there. And he says, you want 2 blanks of some Arbarian snakewood. Let's see. That's going to run you about maybe 150 gold.
That does seem like a fair price, but I do see a crack back here. It looks like this was improperly harvested.
You see... What's your passive insight, both of you?
11.
13. Fitzroy, you see him kind of like, as Thormir's pointing at the blank, you see him just go, fuck.
Well, I'm going to take that moment and kind of press for advantage and just kind of make up some stuff about, like, try to play off to assist with, just make up some stuff about how, with the work we're doing, I'm not sure flawed wood is really appropriate. I'll be bad cop to Thormir's good cop.
Okay. You guys, go ahead and roll me a... This isn't... Well, it is a deception. Roll me deception at advantage, Thormir.
Okay. What is my deception?
I don't know.
-1.
Of course.
Homestead. 16.
A 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. He says, all right. 100 gold.
What do you think, Fitz?
Well, I mean, you hardly ever shop at the first place you stop, right? There could be more of this snakewood right around the corner. This guy, I mean, he didn't even notice the
Are you
crack.
kidding me?
He didn't even notice the crack. Do you think he's really...
Fitz, buddy. I understand what you're doing. It's all right. How about this? 95 gold, call it even. Because it's cracked, you're not going to find anyone who will take that full sheet.
95 gold?
95?
All right, it's yours.
I'll shake his hand.
Okay. He shakes it, and you guys are now in possession of 2 large blanks of Arbarian snakewood.
Cool.
Each
I'll
one
chip in
is
50 because I didn't pay for the ticket.
okay. Each one is a significant lump of wood.
I imagine more than likely Thormir's carrying the bulk of the weight.
Probably.
Alright, let's take this back to the dry dock real quick. Because I don't think we want to load this shit around.
Sure. Did you want to stop and look for some of those tools you were thinking of? I think I've got what I need in my my equipment, and I might be able to make use of a pair of woodcarver's tools. I'm just not sure what you're looking for.
I believe we might be good with what we have. I might have to pick up a larger saw, but I might be able to borrow one from one of the dock workers.
Let's take this shit up back then.
Okay, I'm not gonna hiccup you guys with a larger saw. You can fucking find one.
Oh, I know that. I was just playing along with it.
Gotcha. I just don't want you to worry about me. Like, you need to have at least 13 teeth per inch, or you're not gonna cut it right. No, it's
That'd be
That would suck.
Go ahead and describe to me what you guys are going to make out of this ridiculously expensive exotic wood.
So now, when you say blanks, are you talking about the rough cut planks that come from it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're big.
Yeah, I imagine. So now, the size of this tree, was it like a massive tree? Like these are 2x6s, or
they're bigger than that. Each one looks like maybe a quarter. Maybe the rounded side of it, it's been sheared of bark, but it still needs to be finished. The inside of it is the hard square lines, so you can expect this each blank to be maybe about 8 feet long and then about 10 inches by 10 inches.
Oh, damn.
It's a big old fucking quarter, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I have a lot more to work with than I was thinking. Shit. Ooh. So, with that, how you said that, knot looked kind of like a spiraling nebula.
Yep.
I was going to first section that out so that I have that piece to finish, polish, and perhaps put a type of lacquer or animal fat in there to give it a glisten to it. Then around the outside of it, I'm going to use the other pieces to create kind of like a swirling galaxy around.
Oh,
Like
wow.
little tiny giant pearls that are going to spiral around it.
Okay,
It
so you're
continues.
taking what I said about the burl looking like a nebula and actually making
An
a
entire
galaxy out of it.
galaxy out of it, yeah.
Okay, that's really cool.
Stormy.
And I'm so happy I have inspiration still. So, yeah.
Iotine sculpture with the
And-
burl as the center.
And now the burl, does it just kind of like knot as wood in the center? Like it just kind of like swirls together, or is it kind of like a blank spot like in the dead center of it?
No, it swirls into a tight knot. It looks like there was maybe like a tree tumor there. It's not blank at all. It swirls into itself.
Because if it wasn't, I had an idea. Maybe this might actually work still. Hey Fitz, I have an idea that I don't want to cut into the wood until we have a full thought on this.
I'm all
So-
yours.
Being the fact that blue dragons are as intelligent and, well, snobbish as they are, I was thinking of making the core of this nebula one of those power cores, so that it pulses with that blue glow.
I think we may be thinking of the same thing. Perhaps we could take this core of the nebula and put the arcane core in it. It'll
Mhm.
pulse, it'll shine, and maybe, with a little bit of creative luck, we can animate some of the rest of the burrows or some of the rest of the wood fragments, the stars that you can make for this nebula, and they can move gently around it. And it'll be one piece that'll go together, but it'll look like a constant moving galaxy.
I'm trying to think of the clockwork that would go behind this, because for one, we're also working with limited money, remember.
Certainly. I think, well, one way or the other, I think we need some research time, but I think at the very basic of making a simple sculpture, not a simple, but simple but beautiful with no moving parts and just seating the battery, we can certainly do that.
So we'll keep that as our, not main objective, but objective that we wish to fulfill at the end.
Okay.
Can I leave you to the rough cuts and maybe head to the library, do some reading? I've got
Yes,
some ideas.
I'll get everything shaped and shaved and ready to go.
Okay. Thormir, go ahead and roll me a crafting check.
Right. Gods, don't fail me now. Now, do I get advantage because I'm taking my time on it?
No.
Oh, thank Jesus.
19. You get the rough shape of what you'd like cut.
Ready.
No errors, no mistakes. You're happy with how it's going. Where are you going, Mr. Fitzroy?
He's going to the library.
I guess, well, I was looking for a library, but I didn't remember to ask anybody before I left. I don't know if I've ever been in this city before.
Priscillus is it. Okay, let me pull up the map here. It's not unfeasible, but it's also, it would have taken some doing. You know where Silver's Reach is at down here.
Uh-huh.
Perseus is up here.
I can give you a D100. You can pick.
Yeah, we'll say there's a 15% chance that you have visited Tellus before. Go ahead and roll me a D100. That is not within the 15% range. You've never been to Perseus.
I left the class. I'm gonna go with a classic move. I left with the utmost confidence that I would figure out what it was, and made it about 10 feet out the door before I realized I have no idea where I'm going.
Okay, and you left Thormir to make this difficult cut by himself.
He said he had it, the rough cuts.
Yeah, he sure did.
I struck a fucking
guess
luck.
I'll head back towards the half pint and try to catch up. Well, you know what? From last night when we were drinking before I blacked out, did I gather that everyone had been in Perseus before, or that it was just the Kith was from there? And
Kith, I think Kith was it.
okay, then I guess I'll head back to the half pint and keep an eye out for anybody looking scholarly or anything that would indicate to me that there's some like if I walk past a bunch of people going in and out of a building with books, I'm stopping.
Okay. Roll me another D100.
You got it.
Okay. You do not run into Telehay. I thought there might have been a chance for that. But you return to the half pint, and Audrey says, "Hello."
Hi. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
I have a bit of an odd request. A little embarrassing, actually.
Take it outside, please.
Oh. What? No, I just came from outside. Completely misses the joke.
Okay.
Can you direct me to the library or a library, or can you tell me anything about the libraries that are around here? I'm afraid I was making.
Okay, slow down. Hold on. Start over. You want a library?
A place with books.
Okay. Are you looking for basic academics for like teaching maths and sorts of things, or?
Well, I'm looking for anything that would specialize in either art or the arcane.
She points you to a location. She like writes down directions for you to a location in Newforge near the Castle Ward.
And do you happen to have a collection of engineers here? I mean, people like myself. I'll take a wrench out and pointing at my chest. Artificers, people from Ceres, anyone who's familiar with kind of clockwork machinery?
You might be able to find a tinker somewhere, but none that I know of.
Okay, well, I'll start with where you've so kindly pointed out to me in the first place, and, well, thank you for your trouble, and I'll give her a silver piece.
Oh, very kind of you.
Very
She gives
kind of
you a wineskin of ale for the road.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. It takes the edge off.
Yeah. That it does. And I'll turn on my heel and head out, I guess.
Okay.
Following the instructions.
Let's hop back on over to Kith, Dimitri, and Wander, who are still talking to Duzon.
Okay.
And you have just finished regaling him with your stories of adventure and... did you tell him about Ollie?
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
told him about all of the shenanigans with the false Hydra and stuff, and Duzon,
Yeah.
after listening to everything you say, he's asked a few questions, and you guys have probably answered them. He says, well, Kith, it's... sounds like you've had quite a few months to you after your training.
Yeah. Been crazy.
And you two were with her all the while?
I have been. Except for her brief little trip to Nosvedania.
Yeah,
Right.
That was
fun.
but yeah.
What was
Met
the,
some lovely people there.
what was the story with that wizard? What was his name?
Oh, what was his name?
Ocean?
Was it
It was Gnosis.
Gnosis? Name is Gnosis.
Have you heard from him since then?
No, I didn't get the impression he was going to be contacting me again.
Well,
You know him?
no.
That's a shame.
I suppose I could write to him, though. It's probably a good idea. Update him on the situation with the Shadowkin, since he was the one who actually seemed to know a little bit about it.
That might be
Question.
wise.
Echo.
Oh, yes.
Could
Echo here.
could I send a sending through Kithmia?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. I was just wondering.
If you know of a person, you can send to them, but you can't do a sending through somebody else.
No, that wouldn't work either. Okay.
What was the name of the wood you guys bought?
Our bar in Snakewood.
Okay, Snakewood. Got it. Thanks. Yeah, so, also, I would tell him about the automatons and stuff and how I was a little unsure about how to handle that since they were kept alive beyond, their bodies, but then said I prayed to Kellenvor and he seemed to be okay with that by my interpretation.
When you say that, Duzon quirks his eyebrows at you, and you get the impression he believes you've been honest this whole time, and this particular detail strikes him as a little startling. And
Yeah,
he
it
says,
surprised me too, but he said everybody their death in the end or something like that.
Were they dead already and brought back?
Their soul was transferred.
As we
A
understand it,
created
it's
body.
yeah, it's less transfer. It's less revival, more just transferring it. It's like if you have a magic in one item and you can transfer it to another. It's kind of hard to explain. If we had our artificer Fitzroy here, he could explain it way better. But it's definitely not necromancy. That's the thing.
Well, I have my own reservations, but if
He said to me that their time still comes. So I didn't get the impression that he was unhappy with what I did.
well, very well. I mean, he's never been unclear before, so
No. Clear.
I suppose the fact that they are not romantically revived is a big part of it.
Well, if it was necromancy, obviously, I would not have been okay with that. So, yeah, I agree. Totally.
Trust me, Kith, we are all aware.
Well, in case you forgot.
I did not.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been a bit distracted. We've completely explained to him the whole debacle with the automatons and Bopek, right?
No,
Yeah,
I
you just
gave
did.
him- I mean, I
You
gave
just
him
said-
yeah.
You basically just started explaining the automatons thing, and you didn't go into super detail, but
No, I don't have hours to tell him all this.
no. However, Kith, when you do bring up, if you remember, and what happened, he will mention.
I do have I don't know if it's a present, but something for you.
Something for me?
Yes. If you would, I would like to bring you to my office.
Sure. Do you need to give me a present?
Just her, or
Yes.
okay. I will
And-
tune.
I'm going to actually do a whisper here.
Hi, buddy. Back to bed.
this interaction brought you by Hero Forge. Guys, now Hero Forge recently has been...
No! No! Not Spawn, not Spawn.
I miss them.
Yeah.
I don't blame them for not wanting to do
Yeah,
it
no,
remotely.
especially with how bad
Okay.
California was getting.
No,
Yeah.
but okay.
But I
Like,
miss them.
what bothered me a little bit was like, they were like, oh, we're gonna just be very careful about it, which is really cool. But we're still gonna do it. Like, awesome. I can listen to stuff while I'm stuck in my house for 3 months. But they did one episode and then they stopped, which I guess is fair enough. They wanted to stay safe, but like,
Yeah. It also doesn't help that, Laura and Travis have a kid, and
yeah. I mean, I don't blame them in the slightest. I was just like, I thought they were doing it, and then they
blows.
stopped doing it. You know,
it,
like
it
said
just
they were doing it,
blows
and then
up the
stopped.
match.
Yeah.
Don't you worry, Kiwi. I think we're all in the same boat on that one.
Mm.
Has everybody been doing okay with the quarantine?
It's making me go fucking bonkers, because literally all I do is work, sign papers, go back to work.
But everybody, I mean, this is obviously everybody can tell me to fuck off if they want to, but everybody employed and happy and healthy,
Yeah.
hopefully.
I'm doing just fine. Like, it didn't really change anything for me, other than school.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, I was already working from home a lot of the time. I just can't go to court now because there is none.
There's no court gone. It's lawless.
Yeah, there's no court. When they do have to have a hearing, it's all by telephone. Some of my clients are freaking out, but there's not really anything that I can do to make their visitation happen because there's a pandemic. I'm not magic.
Crime
So
is like at the perfect opportunity right now.
a lot of time to play video games, which has been nice. I'm not gonna lie. I finished Octopath Traveler last night,
Oh,
Which-
man.
which was 130 hours or something.
Jesus Christ.
I do think I'm going to end up getting that.
I've been thinking about actually getting some stuff for the Switch.
Oh,
I also have, house expenses that come first, along with the motorcycle.
Yeah, you just bought a house, dude. You're gonna have a
Yeah.
lot of shit to spend money on.
Is it pretty
Oh.
turnkey?
Well, I already
Or-
bought most of the shit that I
okay. Question: Is
I
it all
promise
whole?
you, as a new homeowner, you are going to find things to spend money on that you did not expect.
Oh, yes,
It
you will.
happen.
Oh, trust
be
me,
like-
my mom's been covering that basis.
Yeah,
been
it
very
happens.
handsome.
Like, appliances will go out that you didn't expect, or the roof
You
will suddenly
will-
have a hole,
you
or
will
your
find
stepmom will
things that
suddenly
you
flood
look
your
at it,
basement.
and you're just
I've been
like,
saving for this house since I was 13,
what the fuck?
and I've been working since I was 12.
Wow. Go you.
I've
Duzan.
literally not been able to. Yeah, you have way more follow through and wherewithal than I have ever had in my life.
What? Okay. What possessed you at 12 years old to like be like, you know what? I'm gonna
No,
wake
it was
up
just
today.
more of I
and
want
be
to
like-
have a safety fund in case something happens.
Yeah, I feel that.
Because my dad died of cancer when I was younger, so
Yeah, it's
Oh,
rough.
I'm sorry.
uh,
So it's a
well,
full
safety
blown.
fund.
It's a full blown house, like
Oh, yeah.
actual 2-story, like
It's
House.
technically 2.5,
Jesus.
with a half
Oh, you
finished
got an attic
basement.
too.
You bought it by yourself.
Yes,
The fuck?
You do FHA or conventional?
OHFA.
I don't know what that means, but freaking.
Ohio
Jeez.
federal accounting. It's a state mandated loan that they had to have certain things done to the house before they approve it. But you pay less in the long run because the interest rates are lower, but you pay a higher down payment.
You see, on the flip side, I'm lucky to get an apartment.
Where are you at, Kiwi?
I mean, Texas, but that's not really.
What's the matter?
Duzan and Kithmia head back down the stairs.
I want to make an insight check on Kithmia.
Okay. Roll an insight, and Kithmia roll the applicable skill.
Just to see what her emotions are.
Night, night, buddy. Go back
And
to bed.
this is I'm not wearing my mask right now, so
Okay. Kith, roll the applicable skill, and I recommend not using beyond 20, or it will say the skill in the roll.
What am I rolling?
Dimitri is insight checking you as you head back down the stairs.
Oh, gotcha.
So if you're hiding anything, or if you're...
Gotcha. All right. Sorry, I just gave my kid a hug goodnight, and he like farted when I hugged him. It was
Perhaps you squeezed him a little too hard.
special.
Okay. With that insight, you see Kith has recently shed a couple tears and looks thoughtful. Unless I am completely off base.
Nope, you're perfect.
Okay.
Over here dying slowly from tainted air.
Dimitri will save that information for later when there's not as many people around.
Okay. As Duzon and Kithmia step back onto the main floor, Duzon says, I genuinely appreciate your visit. It is getting late in the evening, however, and I do have to for night's sessions. And so if there was anything else...
No, I would stay, but I gotta get these guys back to the inn and check in with the group. But if we're still here tomorrow, I'll come by and help out with some things if you want.
That is entirely your choice.
Okay.
And
Oh!
Duzon kind of...
And I want to make a donation to the temple.
Ah. Of how
I will-
much?
I'm gonna go with 75 gold.
Okay. You make the donation, and Duzon smiles kindly, and he says, that is greatly appreciated.
No, it's not a lot, but
Makes a difference. Duzon and Mora begin gathering up their own supplies, almost lots of what look like tinctures and things for
is it a
making
service
blessings.
or is it just like a?
They're going out into the reliquary and helping people who are grieving.
Okay, so it's not like an event.
it's
to
not a
stay in
day
a
that
tent. Okay.
Duzon appears to have gotten the feeling he's been back behind the scenes a little too long.
I'll ask the guys if they mind if I take a moment to say some prayers, and then I'll meet them outside.
Okay.
Wander, Dimitri. Yeah, I'll be out soon.
I absolutely do not mind.
That's fine.
We will stop, say some prayers, and then head on.
Okay. You are in a temple of Kelumbor.
Woo!
Roll a wisdom check at advantage.
Wow.
17. What is your prayer? Or if you
Oh,
don't want to deal with this, we can move on.
Oh, it was just gonna be about the stuff that he had told her about, and in general, thanks Kelumbor for being awesome. You're a cool god, and I really appreciate it. Probably what she says, pretty much exactly.
There's a brief pause, and the air once more feels just as still. But in the temple, that's usually the case. You do feel that comforting presence again. And your close proximity to his divine touch in this place, you kind of get that silhouette in your vision, as if two piercing,
what in
glowing
my
eyes.
vision?
A silhouette, as if you have just looked at a bright light, and your eyes have those ghosts of vision. And you see a pair of glowing eyes looking down on you, and they appear to be crinkled as if smiling. And you
Aw.
hear,
And you're a cool cleric, Kithmia.
Oh, that's pretty fucking awesome.
She'll start to laugh and then quickly clap her hands over her mouth.
That's adorable.
the
Look
comforting
around
presence
and-
is there for a bit longer, and then goes away.
Look away, look around and totally ashamed, and be like, sorry. and then slink out before she gets in trouble.
Okay. You definitely got some weird looks by the outburst as you are at the altar of Kelimvor, and you burst out laughing. But no one says anything.
Awesome.
Okay, so you guys make your way back out of the Temple of Kelimvor, unless there was something else you guys wanted to do there.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
You leave all the sad, grieving people behind, and you head back into Priscillus. Okay. At this point, let's go ahead and... Oh, Fitz, you're going to the library. Let's expedite this a little bit. You go to the library, what are you trying to find?
We could do this separately if you wanted to skip it, but it's really up to you.
Just
I'm
let
trying
me
to
know what you're
find-
trying to find.
I'm trying to find any information about that would help me use the arcane core to animate a sculpture.
Oh. Okay, roll me investigation.
Alrighty.
This is going to be kind of hard.
Good start.
15. What spells do you know? Let me look at your character sheet real quick.
What I have prepared right now.
Yeah, what you have prepared. Hold on.
It's applicable.
See what's on
Catapult.
the forefront of your mind. You hurl the sculpture at the dragon. No. That would be brief and catastrophic.
Levitate. I guess.
Not
That
much.
would work would be Magic Mouth or Arcane Lock, I guess, that are similar. Magic Weapon. Enlarge, Reduce. Things that I know, but I don't have prepared right now.
Okay. With a 15. The thing about animating anything is it's powerful transmutation magic. It's not easy to do spur of the moment. A lot of arcane wizards spend years perfecting it, as seen on TV. It's not anything that you can... Not something you can just slap into something as an afterthought. What you find in the library is methods to use arcane power to program motions into like animated armors and things like that. But you don't find anything that could contest the amount of power that's in one of these arcane spheres.
I guess I'm kind of looking for a way to kind of just build on the knowledge that I developed by spending all that time picking at the brains and the animation done by the arcane battery on the brains. And I remember doing a test earlier when Thormir first introduced the circular arcane batteries to me, which was basically these things are nuclear weapons relative to the arcane batteries that Beauport was using.
Yes, they are.
And so combining knowing that you can use an arcane battery to animate something, knowing the runes that they had on the Forge Mind and the connections, the wiring, all that stuff with, how can I take something like this and turn it into an animated sculpture? But that also is, that's a lot to ask.
Roll an Arcana check.
Can I make an argument that I get to double my proficiency bonus because I'm trying to, I guess I'm introducing Arcana anyway. I'm trying to think about how to make it, so I was wondering if I can apply the tool bonus, but it doesn't matter.
You're not quite doing it with the tools. It doesn't quite apply. 21. So, You study the transmutation inverter, which makes my life difficult. You studied the transmutation inverter quite a bit and saw the way the different runes and spells manipulated the bodies of the automatons. You saw the way the inverter made transmutations literally convert food into pure arcane energy, which is a feat of engineering. To take that technology and convert it into a limited motion on a small scale does not seem like it would be a difficult thing to do in that context.
All right, I think I've got some things I'd like to try out when I get back to do a little bit of experimenting. Do we have a timetable on the Blue Dragon? Out of character. Sorry.
We have about 10 days to do until it gets forcibly removed.
He did
Got it.
say that it was killing people.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Bad thing to wonder about, I suppose. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that information and maybe you and I can text or message about it, because I think that's more of a more protracted conversation. Yeah, I suppose I'm really looking for information about that. But while I'm at the library, perhaps if there's anything around me that I could use to look up, like notable legends of Blue Dragon hordes or anything that really stands out. But I think we've got our project planned, so that's more just information for me to sock away about Blue Dragons for later.
Roll another investigation check.
Got it. Somebody remind me to prepare my spells in the morning when we wake up next time. I keep meaning to switch them around, and I have not.
You want me to remind you?
No, it was really more just me saying it out loud, so next time I'll be embarrassed when I forget it.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Because I should just
12.
start using enhance ability all the time for intelligence checks.
Okay. You are in an arcane-ish library. Roll me a... I'll roll a D100. I'll roll this one. I don't roll them very often. I feel like doing it.
Do it, buddy.
Fuck! Okay, well,
Really?
I've done it to myself.
At least it's not as bad as the 100 when I was getting paid originally.
You don't need to look long before you find a book on dragon personalities. And you learn that blue dragons are often called storm dragons. They are unusual in chromatic dragons is that they are usually very ordered and patient, and they like to keep a caste or hierarchical society amongst other blue dragons. It's pretty rare to see a blue dragon by itself. They tend to be very mocking and manipulative to creatures that are not dragons. And they usually find their homes outside deserts, as they contest brass dragons a lot for where they live. Blue dragons will usually eat entire creatures, and they like to eat large creatures all at once instead of a bunch of smaller meals extended over a period of time. They'd rather eat something huge and then sleep. They're also tacticians. A blue dragon will deceive a party into thinking one thing, or they'll barrage a target with lightning breath, go and wait until their breath recharges, and then come back and do it again. They are very, very tactically patient, and they are willing to take the time necessary to win those sorts of battles. Their lairs are usually submerged or burrowed. There be in sand, dirt, or rock. They also always have a large pool of water and a beach in their subterranean lair, where they would generally just kind of hang out and have a good time. That's where they relax. Blue dragons are the most prideful of chromatics. That's even more so than red. The difference is blue dragon isn't likely to just instantly attack a creature if it thinks it can have a good time mocking it first.
All right. Very cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome.
You should roll
Fucking
for me more
99. No.
Yeah, I guess I'll see if I can take the book on arcane animation or whatever the rough cuts on arcane animation that triggered me to think about the brain, and see if I can check it out at the library if they're kind enough to let me have it. But I have no particular need to bring anything out with me, and I'm happy to go back to that. But
It is a library. They take your name and you can take out the book.
awesome, fantastic, cool. I'm super grateful to them.
Okay. After that, are you heading back?
Yeah, why not? See if I can get all the way back there without screwing something else up.
Are you heading back to the tavern or back to the dry dock?
Yeah, I guess I'll head back to the dry dock. What time of day is it?
Okay.
How much of this day have we been doing?
It's later evening now, and when you get back to the dry
I guess I'll
dock,
just
Thormir
head
will
with
have just been finishing up with the rough cuts.
Awesome. Hail, friend. Looks excellent.
What's up, Smarty Pants?
Can't believe you got
Cut
all
out
the
there,
fucking natural 4.
Yeah, I was looking for a lot of really interesting stuff in the library. Book fell off a shelf, hit me on the head. Exactly what I wanted to see.
Yeah, it sure did.
Yeah.
Gods are smiling upon you.
I mean, I would say maybe a 2 in 100 chance. It was crazy.
Well, I have the rough cuts done, and I'm going to go over to. I imagine I pinned up a piece of parchment or something on the wall, like a large piece. Show them the design I have.
You're cutting out.
Yeah.
Hello?
Is
Hello?
it just me, or is...
No, he's
Near.
cutting out. I didn't hear him at all.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
We hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm gonna walk him over to the ball where I imagined I used like a larger piece of parchment to sketch out what this is gonna end up looking like.
Top view, front view, and side view.
Remarkable. You've really got an eye for this. I'll point out on the plans some places where I think it might be possible to animate them if Thormir is interested, but I'll make it full disclosure. I need to spend a little bit of time experimenting with that arcane core if that's still something you're interested in.
If you want to try it, you think we can do it without destructing the piece itself. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I'm
But-
happy to experiment on something quite a little bit less valuable than our snake wood first.
Yeah. You want to head back down to the docks? We can pick up some wood, and I want to see perhaps what the price of pearls would be.
For stars. I love it. You really do have an artist's mind. Just buried in under all that, smelly dwarf.
What's the statue
Just
gonna
call
be
me a
s-
smelly dwarf.
It's like a galaxy. That's what he said.
Yeah. Essentially, I'm making a swirling galaxy that is centered around the Mythalar core.
It's gonna be pretty awesome. Smelly dwarf, I meant in jest.
That's pretty badass.
I'm joking with you, buddy. I don't really care. But, we do need to procure those materials, so let's pop on over to the shipping
Absolutely.
docks again.
I'll look at my wrist like I'm checking a watch, which I don't have, and be like, it is getting a little later. Just walk out with you.
Then I'll make sure I stow everything and kind of lock it up if I can.
Yeah, sure. It is a work site. There are plenty of places to do exactly that.
And if the foreman is still walking around, I'll go give him the 10 gold for that day, and then I'll just give him 20 so I have it for tomorrow as well.
He's not hard to find.
Okay, I'll go hand him 20 and be like, here's for today, and tomorrow if I need more days, I'll pay you as I go.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, have a nice evening. I'm going to go get food. I'm fucking hungry.
Can we stop off and look
Great.
for resources on the way? Isn't that what you mentioned?
Oh, yeah. We're going to do that as well. It's just
Food.
Food. I agree.
That wood is incredibly heavy.
Very dense.
I couldn't tell if that was you or Thormir.
Same.
What?
You guys head back to the half pint. Vestra and Telehay, are you guys back at the half pint?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, after my ignominious adventure, I came back.
You found-
How... Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, and you found out how much Dex boots are.
Yep.
Okay.
A lot.
How many hours since the fight ended?
Oh, it's been like 4 hours.
Yeah, I'd be heading back by now for sure.
Okay. So it gets in the late evening, and the half pint is fairly busy. And all of you kind of file in after your day's business. Thormir is covered in very fancy-looking wood shavings.
All of them up here.
Vestra has a couple bruises. I think that's it as far as obvious. That's the obvious. So you're all back at the inn, and as you guys enter and you sit down at the long table, Audrey brings you all ale.
Hey. That's
Good
the
to
stuff.
see you all back.
Woo!
Good to see
We're
you
glad to
too.
be here.
Be happy to provide some more music for tonight.
Oh, if you'd like to. Absolutely.
Do you want me to roll a performance, or can I just do it?
If you want money, your own performance.
Performance it is.
Mine is a persuader.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a little bit more money than last time. You get about maybe 42 silver.
Bob's
That's
gonna be
4 gold,
sorry
2
when
silver.
we're done.
You get 4 gold, 2 silver out of that. Which is a real payday for a bard at a kind of a not slovenly or impoverished tavern, but definitely not a high-end one.
Yeah.
And as you guys are getting ready, Audrey asks up, "Can I get you something to eat?"
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Starving.
I only have the one thing, but after yesterday's business, we were able to get maybe something slightly better for dinner.
Sure, it's great.
And
Oh, it's
she
fine.
brings out a number of these roast spits of fish and rice that are set down each in front of you.
Oh, no.
High protein.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, plenty of it. Okay. You guys can take 4 temporary hit points from that meal.
Awesome. Love how we.
I don't suppose anybody feels like turning over an NPC. No? Alright,
Sorry?
we'll just eat this fish.
Turning over a what?
Depends on why. If they're being corrupt pieces of garbage, maybe.
I mean, I don't know that. I could make an assumption that they're doing that, but no, I don't know that. I just wanted the money so that I could buy boots.
Boots. I like boots.
You know, I'm used to you saying some outlandish things. That's
What?
by
Why?
far the fucking worst.
Really?
Why do you want new boots? You have plenty good boots now. I don't know
I
what
found
accent
this
this
shop,
is.
And it's a gentleman who does custom footwear, magic footwear, and he said he could do me a pair of boots that would make me a little bit quicker than is humanly natural or elvenly natural in present company, and it would be 2,200 gold, which is well beyond my purse strings,
Oh, my.
but
If I will go with you tomorrow, and I will ask him if he does mail-in orders. Because depending on what this man provides, what you would know better. What does he provide? Like, I assume
custom
for
work,
that
very
price.
fancy. Extraordinary footwear, I believe, was the name of the place. I have the gentleman's name. I wrote it down on a bit of paper. It's Leolic Visa. Very
Is it-
high-class establishment. I'm not entirely sure he was prepared to let me in the door, but I lied prettily, so...
As you do.
as you know, like you do, and he's right athwart the embassy, right across the street, right across the way. Well, very high class clientele. Some arcane protections on the place, I suspect. Don't actually know that. Wasn't able to get a good eyeball on it, but reason to believe so. Big windows.
Yeah.
Not. I don't want to rob the man, mind. I want to rob his neighbors so that I can steal their money and use that to buy his boots. As I said
don't
it out
think
loud,
that's
it occurs to me it's not the
Literally
best plan.
Happening
Yeah,
at the table,
no.
right?
Yeah,
this
this
is
conversation is happening right now.
happening at the
Kith
table.
is just
So-
staring.
Just
Yeah,
Hello,
actually,
hi?
this doesn't have
I'd
to
be
weird,
raising
just-
eyebrows if I had any left.
No.
So
Kith,
No.
Kith, roll me a history, please. At advantage, because you did grow up here. $15. A natural 15. 15. You have never heard of either a shoe place called Leolek Vissa's Extraordinary Footwear, and you've definitely never heard of it being across from an embassy in the Castle Ward.
What are you talking about? Those places don't exist.
Well, it wasn't the Castle Ward. It was Astridia. Right.
That,
That's the
yeah,
same?
that's right. It's Kith. That there should not ever be an embassy in Estridia.
There's no embassies in Astridia. Like, they would never put an embassy there. That's not.
Well, that's
What?
fine. I thought it was a social club, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
lots of people coming and going.
Lots of rich people. Very
All
fine
right,
wines.
I'm gonna
lots
go
of,
eat my dinner over there while you talk about this thing that you want to do that I'm really not okay with.
I didn't say we were going to do it. I asked if
So-
anybody wanted to, and everyone was like, no. So I was like, all right. I'm explaining
Hello, hi.
where I was. That's all.
I have a slightly less illegal idea. Perform. We could
You what?
take their money and also be legal.
How much are these boots?
2,200.
I mean, I've never even heard of this place.
Yeah, what do they do? That's very expensive boots, and you're very adamant on wanting them.
2,200.
I
What do they
just
do?
told you what they
Boots?
do. They're magic. They make me faster.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What else did he say they could do?
I mean, those were the particular boots I was interested in. He said a lot of things that he could come up with. Enchant a boot with that featherfall spell where you don't fall real fast. He said something about enchanting a boot with the thing where you could fly. I don't really need to do that. I just want to be faster. I'm already quite fast, so it seemed to me like a good idea. But yeah, I don't have the money. So I thought I would try to get it, but obviously that is a bad plan. Obviously you don't want to rob the person right next door to the shop. Also
Yeah.
makes sense. It was quite discreet, the shop. He said something about having a particular clientele. I suspect he doesn't want just, hobos wandering in off the street trying to buy his magic boots.
I've never
He's an
even
elf,
heard
you
of
know,
that
and all.
place.
Well,
Yeah. If
I mean,
Tell
this
hi.
isn't what.
if you'd be willing, we could probably scrounge up that money because Thormer is going to be a couple days, right? And
2,200 gold? What are you gonna just pull
It
it out of
is.
your drawer?
but if we go to the richer sections of the city,
Stop!
we can get that.
Stop!
We're not robbing people. We're performing. I will be doing music, and she will be doing dexterous-based stuff, like maybe knife throwing or something.
I don't think we're gonna make that kind of money on that kind of street performance. I mean, it's kind of you to make the offer and be willing to do it, but it's a bit mad,
Yeah. Well, I've thrown in my 2 cents. I'm not willing to help you rob places, but if you would like some help making some extra money legally, I can do that.
I just don't think it's very practical.
It's not, but we're gonna be here a couple more days, so I might as well try.
I'm gonna look up for my notes and be like, please don't rob people.
I already said I wasn't gonna do it, honestly.
I believe you. I believe you. It's just the talking about robbing people at the table kind of
just
threw me off at the
Just
beginning.
a
But I'm not. I'm
bloody
not as quick
idea,
as you
honestly,
guys.
all of you.
I'm sorry,
We're a
what were we
bunch of
talking
goody
about?
two shoes. I know.
busy.
I know. Such goody two shoes.
Something about boots, that's all I know.
Yeah, I don't have the
okay.
money, and I can't get it in a couple of days, so it's fine. We move on with our lives.
But what if
I
he's
would like
I'm
to
not
meet
gonna
him,
do it by
though.
myself. I'm not a bloody idiot.
I mean, if you need a new pair of boots, I could craft you some. It's not a problem.
You can't make me magic, Stormir.
Oh, sorry. No, I was looking at my notes from my habit. I do apologize. I wasn't listening before that.
make you a magic cloak? I got one. I'll show her my fancy new infusion, the oven cloak I've got going on.
What?
You make me a cloak that makes me better at artwork.
I mean, I could give you a spell to help with some of it, actually.
Actually help. And I'm gonna lay out the designs and the poster that I had made in the shop and show everyone what this thing is going to end up being.
Wow, that sounds pretty.
I'm
If
just
it's
gonna eat
right.
my fish.
Hey, Fitzroy. I think you'd be able to make.
I'm probably gonna go help people around the neighborhood tomorrow and then go to the temple.
Go ahead, Dimitri.
I DM'd you this earlier, but would it be reasonable for Dimitri to know just that rings and cloaks of protections exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty common.
Okay. Sorry, would it be? Could you make those? I know I wouldn't be cheap, but theoretically, could you make them?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is well, I mean, I put this together, and I'll show him a new rune on my half plate. This is a rune of fire resistance that I put together on the rope ride. Well, I figured it was probably better after our little thing with Diliot, although maybe
Yeah.
it's. I've been working a little bit on how to set up resistance on armor, so maybe I'll switch to lightning when we show our
Yeah.
sculpture to the blue dragon, and he doesn't like it quite as much as we do.
I
What
have.
else have I got working on? Yeah, the problem is I can't really sell them because they kind of need to be. They got a finite life period on them. I can't sell them and then make a new one. The enchantment on the previous one will go away.
Oh. That's not good. Okay.
I couldn't sell it honestly.
That. Also, we have some news. We have some new information about the Shadowkin after everyone is done eating, and before everyone starts drinking.
Really?
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
I guess I'll
We
put
have
this
some
thing
theories.
scribbles down and like let my ears perk up a little bit. I guess.
We
News
have.
on my old teacher said there was apparently some town in KO that was attacked by a Nightwalker, and he thinks there might be some kind of connection happening.
We're in KO.
I didn't get the name of the town. Sometime kind of connection between our plane and Shadowfell.
Oh, by the way, everyone roll me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Way ahead of you.
Okay. Fitz,
Did I
okay.
even bother?
Hey! Oh my
Hey!
lord!
Oh.
That's right. Eat it, Fitz.
Everybody's having a great day.
How?
rolled a 10.
How? I knew literally nothing about Connor.
I know
I rolled a
Jack
10.
Diddley about magic.
I want a natural 20.
Fitz, Vestra, and Fitzroy. Wow. Fitz, and Fitz. Fitz, Vestroy, and Kith. You know what a Nightwalker is. It's horrible.
They're really pretty, though. Just
Really,
saying.
because the name sounded so positive.
A Nightwalker is a huge undead. It's a giant creature from Shadowfell. And
No, I'm
it
thinking of a
is-
Night Stalker.
No, that Night Stalker and Nightwalker are not the same.
Yeah, isn't the Night Stalker the one that's like all black with blue sparkles? Sorry, go on.
Okay. They are the shades of extremely strong-willed and evil mortals. Basically, they're held together entirely by their own willpower, and they basically just stomp around. And they're the frickin' size of a house, and their bodies are all black and smooth and hairless, with huge twisting horns up into the sky. And everywhere they go, they inspire fear to the point of paralyzation into mortals as they move about. They're a type of nightshade, and they are fucking terrible. A single Nightwalker is dangerous enough to be a threat for an entire city. They can fly, they can see perfectly in the dark, and they can be completely unseen in the dark whenever they want.
That's terrifying. So I guess my face, I have no charisma skill at all for hiding my emotions, so my face would pale when they mentioned Nightwalker, and I'd be like, a Nightwalker? Well, Christ. I mean, the Shadowkin, or Christ, I don't know, whatever the equivalent of Christ is. The Shadowkin are turning, but a Nightwalker would be, frankly, that's beyond our pay grade. That's an Avengers level threat, to be sure.
Well, he pointed out that it seems like since we're the ones that keep seeing these things and just the timeline, he thought maybe we're being watched by something from Shadowfell. The Shadowkin, I mean.
Suppose that could
Dimitri
be.
had a cool theory about
Well,
that.
as far as I'm aware, these Shadowfell creatures have only attacked people who got their magic in other ways than studying for it. As I understand it, Lucen got his powers from a Bloodbane potion. Prasisi, your magic is divine, and who was the other one it's attacked? I'm sorry.
You?
Yeah, oh yeah, me. I get my power. It's been a long night, okay? Okay. It's also attacked me, and I can bend the weave to change my appearance, and my magic comes from my music, and it's only attacked people whose magic comes from outside sources.
Wait, you guys have been attacked by these before? I just thought that you had been seeing.
Yeah, Dimitri's the only one who's been attacked. There's some.
Yeah.
I saw. I mean, my magic comes from study predominantly, and I saw them in the tent yesterday. But I think you may be onto something. Certainly, the idea that we're being watched, and if I were going to watch a party, the person I'd want to have the closest eye on is anybody who could be aware that they were being watched, which would make me think somebody who would be able to notice divination magic. I don't.
Yeah, my thing is that it's only attacked people who have their magic outside of themselves. So potions or music or God.
Dang God.
So that's why I don't think Wander has been attacked, or even you, Fitz, because your magic, you have to imbue your things. You have your magic in you. And Wander's magic is from herself.
I suppose, but a tremendous amount of artifice comes from study of magic. I think it's an idea which bears merit, and we could explore it. I'm a little bit more concerned about the possibility that something capable of summoning a Nightwalker, or even a Nightwalker itself, could be watching us. And I think
that was separate. That had nothing to do with the Shadowkin. We told him about the Shadowkin that we had been seeing, and he mentioned that he remembered about a month ago there was a town that was attacked by a Nightwalker, and he made the connection with Shadowfell specifically.
Yeah,
Us
and
being watched came up later. There's
and
no correlation necessarily.
I assume the correlation in the eyes of the priest was that there is, at some point there's been some disturbance amongst the planes, the Shadowfell, the ethereal
Yeah,
plane.
that's what he said. He said there might be some connection between these events in regards to things crossing the planes or whatever. But we're
And
not wizards, you know, so.
and that's why I got
Um,
excited earlier, Fitzroy, when you said that you could you could inscribe armor with things, with protections from things, and I was hopeful that you could inscribe our armors with protection from divination magic. See if
Real
it did
quick,
anything, but if
I
you can
would
only
like
do one at a time.
I'd
Sorry.
like a history check from Kith, Wonder, and Thormir.
What check?
A history check, please.
History check. And my headset is dying.
Ask it to not do.
Hey,
A 22.
I'm a memorable dwarf.
Thormir, you remember vaguely. You remember Mori remarking that portal the kobold had opened must have been to the Shadowfell.
Remember our old friend Mori?
Yes.
She once had said that the portal that kobold fellow had opened was connected to the Shadowfell.
And she described the two spirits that were attacking you as Owlips, which were
Yeah, I
also
had
from the
written
Shadowfell.
Aleps down. I just forgot to bring that up because I thought they were something else. I thought they were aberrations from. But yes, she will say, I did write down Aleps. I remember that.
I guess I'll throw an Arcana check at Alex.
Oh boy. Okay. All right, go ahead.
We'll see if we can get above 10 this time.
22.
Great. Thanks.
You want me to read
okay.
my notes on this, guys? As Kith pulls the book out.
Any
I'll read
fancy
it.
forms.
For Fitz's sake. So we were inside the boat. Some of the team was outside. It was a real cluster. Thormir killed the kobold. There was an Alep. I tried to get on the boat. Didn't. Well, we'll skip this part. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Skipping. So then I got on the boat eventually, and the Alep attacked me, and then I accidentally swung at one. You know, I'm just gonna keep skipping ahead. So we defeated the Aleps. You know what? I didn't really write anything. Never mind. This was useless. This is just a lot. Never mind.
You, with your Arcana check, you know that an
I'm
Alep.
just nodding the whole time. Like, oh, okay, yeah, got it.
You know that an Alep are the incorporeal remnants of a person who was driven to insanity and then killed themselves while they're on the plane of the Shadowfell. And they can drain sanity from any person it touches.
I think
Wait.
you
Good thing I ain't got
want
no
a
sense
high
as is.
intelligence character so you could explain all the things that people are missing.
You chose it.
Wait. What did you say? How did they come into creation from people suiciding?
They
People
kill
who
themselves.
do suicide in the Shadowfell from having been driven insane.
Oh, and they turn into Aleps.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And then they can drain the sanity of creatures that they want to
Got
attack.
it.
Thing I'm
I was
insane as
typing
is.
notes.
What do I know about the relationship between the ethereal plane and the Shadowfell?
The ethereal plane and the Shadowfell? Roll me Arcana.
You got it. It's pretty much that's my thing.
Good thing, good thing.
It's nice to not be using charisma for the majority of my checks.
I mean,
Oh, finally, thank you.
fuck.
Damn it.
Gods have smiled upon you.
The ethereal plane, for some reason, you know an awful lot about the planes' relation to each other. You know the
I
prime
mean,
material
he
plane.
put a bag in a bag, so
He did. Whoopsie.
he's been studying planar shit. Is what the point.
So you know that while the astral plane, the astral sea, and the prime material plane are kind of overlapping,
Yeah.
the ethereal plane does the same thing over the prime material plane, as does the Feywild and the Shadowfell plane. All of them kind of run over the same space as the prime material plane. So jumping from one plane to the next of these inner planes is easy if you know how to do it, and also easy to do it by accident.
Okay. So we think that you saw an Alep. which is a planar creature of the Shadowfell. The priest reported on a planar creature of the Shadowfell. We've been seeing Shadowkin being forced out of the ethereal plane. Is perhaps there's just some larger disharmony amongst the planes that is forcing creatures to shunt between the material plane and our own. I'd be interested. Do we know if the Marigard? Well, yeah, I suppose the boat we took. We may need to reach out to Marigard contacts on the other planes to see if they've also been noticing certain aberrations. That would make sense why you saw them in the astral plane. Then it's not like you leaving
Well,
the ethereal plane saved you. It just happened to be
Yeah,
that those Shadowkin dropped in.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, when we get back, I want to bring this all up to the Marigard people anyway, especially because of the stuff that happened the night of the festival, in terms of things disappearing and unexplained, and sounds like it's much bigger and deeper than we thought.
I still just don't appreciate or understand why this would be targeting the Marigard. I'd never had any interaction
Well,
with them
something was
before I ran
stolen
into
from
you
the
guys.
Marigard that night, and I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it, but a thing was stolen. I remember that.
You never found out what it was.
Wouldn't tell us.
Could. I'm not
But
sure.
it was a powerful summoning relic. That's all he said.
Oh, good, the best kind.
Well, that sounds bad.
Yeah, no kidding.
As Kith
Especially
is
to be
looking back through her
stolen.
book, Zane said that it was an important, powerful summoning relic that was stolen from the Academy, presumably under the distraction. But it was sneaky enough that it got past Tabernac.
Stealing anything from a dragon is quite a thing.
And then when I had talked to Tabernac, he didn't know what it was. He thought I was going crazy.
Yeah.
Tabernac.
So that was the running theory for a while. I'm not, by the way, in case anybody questions that.
Well, you will if we end up having to go to the bloody Shadowfell. So let's
Well, yeah,
get
that's
that
true.
off our list right now. I don't want to go there.
But I think we should definitely talk to Zane about this when we get back.
Yeah.
Whenever we get back.
If you're leaving.
We definitely need to wrap up our business here as
Friendly.
quickly as
Yeah.
possible and get back.
I felt so strongly about chasing down Diliot and, well, I suppose this blue dragon, about all these other crises we face, but this disjunction, this disharmony, this could be a worldwide problem, an issue at an apocalyptic, cataclysmic scale.
Yeah, especially now that we're hearing about things in other places. It wasn't a big deal when they were just things I was seeing.
Yeah, but
that were harmless.
It's escalating now.
Yeah.
And we don't know what happened in Kale.
Yeah.
A Nightwalker.
Well, no, we know it was a Nightwalker, but we don't know what happened to it. If it got expelled or taken out, or if it's just ravaging the countryside in Kale. We don't know.
If it's important, I can use sending spells to
I have
go
spells
ahead.
too.
Yeah, I can use sending spells to go ahead and tell Tabernac particularly about what we've found so far, so he can alert the others. Because
why not Zane?
Marigard? What?
Yeah, I think Zane would be the one to talk to.
That's fair. Has Dimitri met Zane?
Can that
I don't know if
magic
he
be
has.
spied on?
He would have seen him.
I reach across and put my hand on Dimitri's arm. I think we should be cautious about how much information we give out freely. Just until we know that all our lines of communication are secure.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, especially arcane magic.
I'll look at Wander and ask if there's any pieces of paper left. I think we've used them all, but I
we
think
definitely have used all of our
Yeah.
But hang on, guys. Now, I don't know anything about this, but do you think sending with Divine versus Arcane would be safer? I mean, obviously Divine chased him off.
Sending spells are... I'm not an arcane expert, but a sending spell is a divine spell, isn't it?
It can be, but it also can be used by regular magicians. I have the sending
Bards
spell.
get access to a number of spells that are divine in nature. That's kind of their thing. You can learn the magic in your music can tap all manner of weird shit.
I mean,
Okay. I still say
let's
that we
not
should
dive into arcane theory here.
Yeah, I still say that we should let Marigard know, because them knowing is
Well, they know about
better
the attack,
than not.
don't
They
they?
do, but they also probably need to know what we know now.
What do we know now that's different from the attack? Well, we have our theories.
From this is out of character. From the
Last
the
2
Fall
days.
Festival attack.
No, they definitely know about that.
We already told them all about that.
Yeah,
That's what
but I
Kith
didn't
is
know
saying.
which.
What have we learned in the last 2 days since the attack that we need to tell them that we're sure about? Like we haven't learned
But
Well, we
concrete.
The only thing that we've heard is the potential that somewhere in KO, a Nightwalker attacked a village.
Well, I believe him, but
Yeah, I
who
know
knows if
we
what he
definitely,
heard
I
was
definitely
true.
believe him, but
Yeah.
I don't think.
If we need information from KO, there's someone I can contact.
Really. Why don't we
Yeah.
start there?
I mean, I don't really want to talk to her, but if I have to.
I've also got a contact down in Nosvedania if we need to.
Maybe we should wait. I don't know.
I think we should wait. I don't think that we should start sending messages.
Let's wait a couple days and finish what we're doing here. Then we can focus our minds entirely on this. That's my thought.
suppose that's true. What we know right now is there are people being eaten, and we haven't
Eaten
caught upon
by a
to
dragon.
solve
So-
that problem.
We take care of the dragon, and then we get back to Farum as fast as possible.
I like that plan.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Maybe we could even hire a wizard to take us. Maybe there's one here. Some of us
Maybe.
could search around for that.
That's
No?
bloody costly, but we could try.
I don't know. The last wizard took me for some herbs.
All right. Well, most wizards don't do that.
Suppose we could speak to him at length and
Well,
we
explain
could
look
the
around.
crisis.
Never mind. I can certainly look about and see what I can figure out.
Thormir's
About.
going to be pulling an all-nighter and an all-dayer. We might as well use that time.
Yeah.
Dormer doesn't ever respond. He's still sketching.
Poor Thormir. We'll just keep
So-
enhancing him with magic so he doesn't have to sleep. Go, go, go!
Fitzroy,
Yes, sir.
I have a whisper for you.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, tomorrow in game, whenever he wakes up, Lusum's gonna head down to the library and see if he can do some research
Well,
on whether
Lusum's not here.
Lucian's not here.
not Lusum, Dimitri.
Which
It's been a long day. Dimitri's gonna do some research on whether sending can be not interpreted, intercepted. And he's also gonna
could
do
probably-
some
Ask a wizard that. Like, 2 birds, 1 stone if we're going to go look for wizards.
Yeah.
yeah.
Thought.
That's gonna
Save
be
a little bit on
extremely.
PM time.
Yeah.
My contact in KO is also a wizard, although again, I really don't want to talk to her if I don't
I mean,
have
I
to.
could send Enosis too. He
What,
knew
she
all
like an
about
old
this
flame of
stuff.
yours?
It's my mom.
No. Oh,
Oh.
her, not me. Like, jeez, Thormir.
She's a wizard at court. I kind of
Mom's
hate
a
her.
wizard?
Yeah.
You're a wizard, mama.
Oh. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I get it. I do.
She's just.
I
She's
keep my
very
voice low.
elf.
Yeah?
Very elf. Just extremely
So
elf.
stuck up, bossy,
He's very
all
ill.
around no good.
Kithmia.
You have to be.
Elegantly beautiful.
You have to be
graceful.
really elf to be a court wizard in KO. I promise. It's real bad. But she's still my mum, so if I have to.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
why don't we look around first and then see where we get before we ask you to do that? Yeah. But as
So-
like our last option.
Yeah.
Kithmia, you said
last.
that Gnosis. Said that Gnosis has the teleport spell, right?
Yes, that's how I got back to our group after I accidentally teleported myself across the world. Instantly.
Oh, okay.
Dude, oh,
I
we
don't know
can't go-
why.
No, that would be no. It's collapsed. Darn it.
I don't know why, but I thought
What
we
class?
Nothing. Never mind. Ignore me.
I don't
No.
know why, but I thought that your cleric mentor was named Gnosis for some reason.
No, that's treat.
No, yeah, it's true.
Creek gave me the good.
Oh,
hooch.
you said mentor. I thought you said centaur, and I was like, what?
Hey, I mean,
I mean,
it's 60-69. I mean, we can't really kink shame now.
There is a 5e centaur class.
Man,
Or
if you made it through magicians, I could make such a great joke right now. Ah, sadness.
Sorry. One day I will watch the show. One day.
You have so many great shows you're missing out on.
I know. I have so many things in my
You gotta
queue.
watch Expanse.
I
And
promised
Magicians.
Pax I would finish this stupid cartoon.
Ah,
But
What
I'm
cartoon
not
is
gonna wait
it?
for my dad. He's being a butt. I'm just gonna watch it.
I mean, if you don't like the cartoon, don't finish it.
I like the cartoon. I just like
So
fail.
I set the chair back down and lean back in towards the table. I think we have a companion.
What?
He what?
There's a.
Sorry?
Do I notice? I'm gonna keep the blind side up and just see if I notice any difference while I say this to the group. But there's a fairy dragon on the ceiling.
Oh! Oh, the fairy dragon. Oh my god, the name just flew out of my head.
I'm just
Well,
like,
Coria,
it is.
Coria.
looked at
It's
them.
Korea.
It is at this moment that we are going to call it there for tonight.
No!
You
Then Fitzroy said he saw a fairy dragon.
and everyone's
ceiling.
head snapped to this. Well, I mean, Thormir,
Coria.
Kithmir,
Out
and
of
Wanderer's
character, I'm
head snapped to the
excited.
ceiling.
Nutella has like what?
Does Fitz know?
No.
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 Should we tell? Or
Dimitri
Tell
does.
him out of character all you want.
okay.
I mean,
I
So
know
But-
you guys had a fairy dragon companion. I listened to a couple of the podcasts around the
Coria's pretty
around
awesome.
the cactus wand, and some. I don't know how you got it, but I
Why
know
did you listen to the cactus wand? Oh god.
Because we all love the stupid noise you make.
yeah, I gave it away. You're welcome.
No.
Thank you.
The worst.
do the noise one more time, though.
His anguish and suffering in his voice.
That's the problem when you make like parody magic items. Is they happen
Well, we
afterward,
still have the bag of shit.
and you've done nothing with it.
It is
We
currently in
will.
Thormir's pack.
Well, Ollie had
It's
ideas,
gonna have
but
its
she's
moment, okay? It's
So-
gonna have its moment.
Oh,
Go
trust me,
ahead.
I've been thinking about it. I'm trying to think of a prank. We end up finding someone that we really hate.
Still high.
Kiwi,
You
were
could
you
fill
gonna
that.
explain the dragon?
oh well, okay.
dead. Oh,
So-
sorry.
No,
Well, I wasn't going to because you said you already knew. So I was like, oh. But
I don't know much on that there was one.
okay. So I used to be a wizard back in the day, believe it or not, and then I got murdered. But
Yeah, it was definitely
murder.
It was murder.
I had a familiar named Coria, which was a fairy dragon, and she could talk and change form and do spells and fly,
Loves
of
apple
course.
pie.
Yes, loved apple pie like too much.
She loved pie, is what you said?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
loved
Yeah,
apple
she's
pie.
apple
obsessed
pie.
with apple
So-
pie.
Can I can I tell him out of character? Well, I
Yeah,
noticed.
you can tell I'm out of character.
So, because my passive perception is just obscene, I noticed that there was an apple pie on the counter while we were talking, and something took a bite out of it. That was what triggered me to look for it. And it wasn't visible, so I switched to the blind side, and there's just a dragon on the ceiling chilling.
Awesome.
Aww.
I love Korea.
Uh,
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
Making the rounds.
after I died, she kind of disappeared for a bit. Did show up like once or twice back at the academy.
Yeah, we
but-
tried to look out for her, but she didn't really want to like hang with us.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
needed her space.
How'd you find
This
the
morning.
fairy dragon?
It was
Don't know
during
how she
her-
found it, but yeah.
It was during her her
Session
her
there.
trial.
Okay, let
Trial.
me get down because
Yeah,
it's
'cause-
ridiculous. As when I started this campaign, I had everybody doing like a test or a trial to be part of the Marigard Academy. Your character would have gone through one as well, but not. We didn't do it on camera, etc. Mori, the wizard, her test was to make it deep into the forest, which has a very thin veil between it and the Feywild. and to perform a Find Familiar ritual. And as she was doing it, I had her roll me a percentile, and I had a big list of familiar options with the percentiles numbers on it. And she rolled a 41, and 41 to 44 was Fairy Dragon.
That's awesome.
So then
That's amazing.
she was interrupted from her ritual with a fairy dragon on her lap. Now she very well could have fucked it up because fairy dragons are real not. They're very timid, and if they think you're not cool, they will piece the fuck out.
That's the
But
tentacle
Ori-
term, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll just jaunt away. 'Cause fuck
Yeah.
you. But Mori was cool with her and seemed good. We all know the truth there. But
Damn necromancer.
so Coria was like, "Yeah, you seem okay. We can hang out," and that's how it happened.
Yeah, so that's how the secret necromancer, who was actually super evil, got a fairy dragon.
That's
There were
awesome.
And then
some
died.
weird familiars on that list. Like there was a little like clockwork airplane that floats around.
I
I
would
would
not
love
have
that.
enjoyed that. I would have hated my own family.
There was a lot.
I will talk to y'all next
Like the
Sunday.
wind-up
I'm going
airship.
to bed.
Bye.
Tommy.
Good luck with
Wait,
the
that's-
closing.
Night.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Good night.
GG guys, I'll hit you up later. Thank you all for playing.
Great game.
Thanks for running.
Let's see.
See you, Echo. Thank